Yeah, hold on. I got held up this morning because Ruben was being cute, and I had to pet him for 15 minutes. All right, let me finish my damn food. Okay, okay, okay. What's up? Ooh, pigeon. What's up, everyone? Listen, okay, Ruben was being very cute. He was chewing on my arm. I was petting him. He was kicking my arm. He was death kicking me. Um, and I had to pet him. I had to pet him for like 15 minutes. There's another shooter at UNC. Makes sense. UNC, American school. Armed dangerous person reported at UNC chapel. This is what happens when you kick God out of schools. Um, Wednesday afternoon, University of North Carolina chapel, less than 3 weeks, and shot and killed a family. Jesus Christ. You've still got students who are fucking dealing with therapy from the first shooting 3 weeks ago. God damn. 2 weeks ago. Cats have been losing their goddamn mind. Yep, thank you for the links, everyone. Are you still watching Baki? Yes.
Death to Western imperialism, NATO, and white supremacy. And to get this party started, let's go ahead and do this. Yeah.
Yeah. This is a very soy flag burning, I have to say.
You mad?
Okay, I take it back. This is a very soy flag burning.
Lie about it. Death to America.
How are you going to say death to America when you're literally using your dad's backyard barbecue? Like you're burning the American flag on the most American symbol imaginable, you know? This is like the definition of using the master's tools to dismantle the master's manner. Who is this? I don't fucking know. New York Times, link blocked. Do you think he recognizes the freedom he has to burn his country's flag while he's screeching about losing freedom? Well, man, I didn't appreciate this much when I was a baby lefty or whatever, but the fact that, like, man, lefties really do not appreciate how important it is that we live in a country where you can disagree with the country publicly and not get arrested. Like, there are a lot of countries out there where that's not the case. It's like, it's one of those realizations, like when you realize that America actually is one of the least racist countries in the world, and it's like, oh my God, wait, hold on. You know, it really reframes the conversation. And I think it's important to understand that too, because a lot of people, even lefties, have very limited range in their mind of what's possible, okay? I can simultaneously recognize that America is doing pretty good relative to a lot of countries when it comes to issues like that, and also think that we're nowhere near good enough, you know? It feels like a lot of people have to convince themselves that America is the worst at these things, because to them, like, the only way to go higher is to reach their imagined best, and their imagined best is limited by a bunch of like internal biases and historical weight and stuff. So I think you can get farther by recognizing, like, yeah, I do think America is one of the least racist countries on earth. Yeah, I do still think there's a lot of work to be done, rather than like pretending otherwise, you know. Tell that to the DSA. I can't tell the DSA anything. What, Tempest? I don't even know what you're referring to, Tempest, so probably not. Not Anna Kasparian. You don't need to start every stream with. Uh. Yeah, hold on. We need to get this out of the way, like right off the bat, because this is so fucking bad, man. Aliens? I don't give a shit about the fake aliens. I'm so tired of alien shit, man. Where's the thing? Where's the thing? There it is. Okay, so you're not gonna believe that. Actually, you probably will if you've been paying attention to anything happening online. I can't believe how funny this is. And by funny, I mean terrible. This is incredibly bad for the industry, okay? So Unity is a free, asterisk, game creation software. It's like the most popular one. I mean, you've got like Game Maker Studio and Godot and stuff, but like Unity's the big one. And, you know, I hate Twitter. Unity has announced a change to its business model, which includes new additions to our subscription plans. All right? Now, cutting through all the bullshit, what have they actually changed? All right? So, buried in these changes, the main thing that they're changing, all right, is they are making it so they take a fee from game developers for every copy of their released game that's installed over a certain threshold. So I want you to parse the language of this, okay? If a person buys a game, installs it, then returns it, and then buys it again, and then installs it, and then returns it, and then buys it again, then installs it, and so on, that counts. Every single one of those is another fee. Apparently, a bunch of people installing the game off a Game Pass, which developers can sign up for so their games are available as part of like a package deal, that gets taken against them for the fee. Like, we're talking about, like, this is insane, okay? The equivalent of this would be like, the equivalent of this would be like, imagine if a chocolate manufacturer sold their chocolate bars to a bunch of stores, and the deal was that the manufacturer receives a fee from the publisher, or sorry, from the distributor, every time somebody picks up the chocolate bar. It doesn't count with Game Pass. Have they walked it back? Because initially, like, have they walked it back? Because initially, there was a lot of stuff that they were owning up to in the they walked it back in the past 18 hours or whatever since I last. Okay, then let's take a look. All right, because this isn't changing anything that I'm saying. All right, hold on. They've walked it back with Game Pass. Okay, I want you. Okay, just right off the bat, I want you to imagine a deal in which the chocolate manufacturer says, "Hey, store, you pay us a fee every time somebody picks up the chocolate bar in the store. Not buys it, but picks it up. If they set it down again, then pick it up again, then set it down again, then pick it up again, then set it down again, then pick it up again." That would be like more charges run to them. You know? How, like, what level of business acumen? They walked Game Pass but are saying Microsoft is supposed to pay, then Microsoft isn't going to let Unity games on their fucking store. There's no fucking way Microsoft is going to pay that. Are you joking? Look at this. Are you telling me they walked this back? Where? Show me where they walked it back. So this person asks, so we can just hate install somebody's game until they run out of money? Cool. And then Unity responds, we do already have fraud detection practices in our ads technology, which is solving a similar problem, so we'll leverage that know-how as a starting point. We recognize users have concerns and will make available a process for them to submit their concerns to our fraud compliance team. This doesn't sound like them walking it back. This sounds like somebody saying, hey, dog, we can hate install their game, right? And Unity's like, don't worry, if you hate install their game, then we will have a customer service team they can appeal to. That does not seem like walking it back. I got some clarifications from Unity regarding their plans to charge developers per game install. If a player deletes a game and reinstalls it, that's 2 installs, 2 charges. Same if they install on 2 devices. Charity games / bundles exempted from fees. Oh, okay. So don't worry, guys. Charity bundles don't count towards the install. But yep, if they delete and reinstall it, guys, you realize that on Steam, you can literally delete a game file and then reinstall it an infinite number of times, right? Literally, you could just right-click install, right-click uninstall, right-click uninstall, right-click uninstall, right-click on, just it's like fucking Money Factory for Unity, just pulling it in. Cult of the Lamb is pulling their game because of this. Buy Cult of the Lamb now because we're deleting it January 1st. Based. So I don't know who in chat was saying they walk this back. I don't know why I listen to you guys like ever. The person who runs Unity, the CEO of Unity, is the former CEO of EA Games. Okay, that's who we're dealing with right here. All right, that's the titan of industry that we're currently contending with. Yeah, this was the same guy who thought that you should pay real money for bullets in an FPS game every time you reload. Love this guy.
The second thing, and this is a point that I think might be lost on many, is a big and substantial portion of digital revenues are microtransactions.
This seems to be slightly edited, but he did say this.
When you are 6 hours into playing Battlefield and you run out of ammo in your clip, and we ask you for $1 to reload, you're really not very price sensitive at that point in time. And for what
yeah, you're right. Never mind. It's not edited. The music just started happening while he was saying this.
It's worth, the cogs on the clip really low, and so essentially what ends up happening, and the reason the play first, pay later model works so nicely, is the consumer gets engaged in a property. They might spend 10, 20, 30, 50 hours on the game. And then when they're deep into the game, they're well invested in it. We're not gouging, but we're charging. And at that point in time, the commitment can be pretty high. As a personal anecdote, I spent about $5,000 calendar year to date on doing just this thing, this type of thing on our products and others. I can readily attest to how well it works. But it's a great model, and I think it represents a substantially better future for the industry.
Okay, so this is the guy who currently runs Unity. Yeah, in response to this, there have been a bunch of developers and publishers that have been freaking out. Hold on, is this true? Devolver Digital is now saying you better specify engine in your game pitch? Hold on, that's crazy. Devolver Digital is like the mega indie game publisher. Like, they've published... all of you have played a game published by Devolver Digital. It's not possible to have not. That's just part of the deal. Let me see. Where can they tweet so often. Can I see where they say that? Where they say that they're going to be... Oh, yeah, here it is. Definitely include what engine you're using in game pitches. It's important information. Oh, man. This is another great... Okay, guys, it's so good because, like, literally just a few days ago, we were having a conversation on stream about how bad it is for industry and industry efficiency to have decisions made by CEOs and shareholders, you know? Like, the CEO, first of all, appointing the guy who ran EA as the Unity CEO right off the bat tells you how much shareholders give a shit about the people who actually use Unity. And they're so out of touch, and they're so hateable. They have no idea. Does this apply to free games using Unity? As I understand it, past a certain number of downloads, you pay the fee when people download. Like, even if you release the game for free, the money goes to them. Like, there's a fee for it. Oh, revenue is also required. Revenue over 200K. That's not a lot. 200K in revenue is not... Most, like, published... most games that have any real backing are going to hit that. Yeah, that's, like, nothing. That's not even, like, minimum wage for 3 or 4 developers, assuming they've been working on it for a decent length of time. This morning, Unity is promoting new AI features. Oh my god, dude. It's great. It's so good. Hold on, Pigeon screaming. It's so good. Pigeon, I have a job. Pigeon craved the bedtime. But Vosh, isn't this just going to kill Unity? Who in the right mind would continue developing on it? People who are unaware, I suppose. Like, Unity isn't the only dog in the game, you know. It's Godot or Godot. I don't know how it's pronounced. There are other ways to, like, make games for free, basically. It's insane, you know. But this is again, this is a flawless example. It's Godot. Okay, Godot. This is a flawless example of Genshin Impact runs on Unity. Is that true? This is a flawless example of, like, okay, I sound like a lefty saying this. It's a flawless example of capitalism, okay? Because these kinds of decisions can only be made by people who are completely disconnected from the industry and only connected to shareholder profits. Seriously, like, that's what EA did. Like, I don't think a lot of people understand how many bad, horrible, like, fucking sociopathic decisions flow down from the top, and how the developers, the people who actually make the game, push back against them. Like, I imagine that working on a large game project, like anything at EA, is like a 24/7 process of, like, somebody from corporate wandering in and going, what if we allowed players to change their names, but it's $8. $8 in credit card. You just put your credit card in, just $8, and change your hat. Just checking out a hat, $8. And then the developer has to be like, that's great, please, just please, and just nonstop, you know, because the only thing the CEO gives a shit about is corporate profits, and oftentimes they know very little. How often do you guys see CEOs like hop between industries? You notice this, right? Why was the CEO of EA Games, the publisher, moved over? Why'd they become CEO of Unity? Unity isn't a publisher. Unity is a company that runs a free game-making software that makes money off of the cuts they get from people who sell their games. What is the transferability of that knowledge, apart from it being in the same general industry? Well, there's not. The only thing you have to do to be CEO is be a corporate bootlicker. That is it. Your job as CEO is to be the avatar of shareholder profits. Other people are the ones who need to know how the industry actually works. You're a CEO. Your job isn't to know how the business is run. That's all the hundreds of people beneath you. That's their job. They know better than you ever will. Your job is to just be a demon who communicates between the actual workers and the shareholders. You're the intermediary. You have to inshitify things as much as possible, to maximize profits as much as possible. And you have all the power, but ultimately, right, you know nothing. And this happens all the time. Again, there are some cases of, you know, of CEOs who actually know something or other, but clearly this is not one of them. You know? I feel really bad because, like, I am a huge fan of the studio AgroCrab. AgroCrab made Going Under, which is like a floor-by-floor randomized roguelite beat-em-up, where you pick up, like, office furniture to beat up a bunch of, like, failed Silicon Tech Valley startup monsters. And they're making a new game, which is essentially Dark Souls, but with crabs. And I saw them at PAX West just, like, 4 days ago. And, but their shit's made on Unity. So, like, you know, what the hell? Yeah, Going Under does slam. Great soundtrack, too. Did you read the CEO traded 2K shares before this? Wouldn't surprise me. They do that shit all the time, yeah. One thing they actually have rolled back is they will only count first install. They have mechanisms to detect that. Oh, yeah. One other excellent indicator of Unity's reliability on this is that they have said that they have proprietary detection software on their own side, and because it's proprietary, they're not going to share the information. But don't worry, guys, they have a way of making sure that everything's above board and no fraud is committed with repeat installs. That's great, dude. I trust you. I trust you completely. I trust you with my life, even. Even if they had, it's just a clear conflict of interest. You think? Absolutely psychotic. And it's really disappointing, you know, because a lot of people have very very high opinions of Unity, I think, historically, because Unity historically has been a phenomenal platform for game development. But this is what happens, man. And again, like this is one of those things when a lot of people say, um, this is bad, you know, it's because of capitalism. What they really mean is that it's bad because of market economy, right? In this case, this is specifically capitalism. I do not believe that decisions like this could ever be made by people who are familiar with and directly connected to the industry that they work in. This has to be some like demonic top-down thing. This has to be somebody looming in from above. And they'll end up walking back a lot of this, but it doesn't mean you should ever trust them again. You know, it doesn't mean you should ever like any company capable of doing this can never be trusted for like anything as serious as a long-term game development project. It just can't be done. This is just a bad business decision? Yes, it's one of the clear examples of a failure in capitalism, because not only is it psychotic and inhumane, it's also bad for the company. It's like it's a perfect example from every end, because you can point to plenty of examples, right, where corporations will do inhumane things, but it'll be profitable to the company. So it's like, okay, well, in a market sense, you know, the system incentivizes this. In this case, it's just a bad decision all around. So we'll see, I suppose. Yes, crawling in my skin. Did you have Unity Plus? No. Hold on. Somebody pointed out that autofocus is on. Nationalize Unity? Yeah. Got President Biden. Free us. So hard to manually tune the focus like that. Um, this is one step closer to reality now. Oh my, dude, literally. Pirate game, company loses $60. Delete game, company receives back $60. Pirate game 1 million times, company loses 60 million and declares bankruptcy. Buy company for a few dollars and become CEO. Delete all the pirated copies. 60 million deposited into my account. Suddenly CEO of my own game company with millions to make my dream game. We are not far from establishing the market conditions to make this possible. We are getting closer to this timeline. They expect Microsoft to pay for the Game Pass stuff. Yeah, which is even worse of a decision, I feel, because now Microsoft just isn't going to let Unity games on their. Microsoft isn't going to be like, oh yeah, dude, we'll just pay you a million, yeah, whatever. Like, yeah, no shot, absolutely no shot. Minimum lifetime install count, anything from 1 cent to 20 cents per install. 20 cents per install. What determines the variability here? It's just insane. Literally just insane. Disco Elysium was Unity. A ton of games are Unity. Like a huge number of them. It's all over the place. The licensing tier you have, so how much money you give them annually? Ah. Unity pricing plan. Ah, I see, I see. So cool. Vosh, this isn't a failure of capitalism. Companies being punished for making bad decisions is how capitalism works. No, you can't. No, you can't say that. Dude, like, well, capitalism is a battleground of corporate ideas. So actually, a company breaking its back, bending over to suck its own dick, then shitting itself and dying is actually like an exception. Like capitalism is succeeding here. No, the fact that decisions like this are being made altogether is a direct product of corporate control, of bourgeois control over the business. If people who actually made the system, people who actually tweak Unity, fiddle around with it, make the decisions, if they were in charge, this decision would not have been made. The silver lining here is most gacha games are run on Unity. Well, okay, if we could take down the gacha games and we can take down Genshin Impact specifically, I feel like maybe this works out positively. Do markets not function by rewarding good company decisions and punishing bad ones? This is like arguing that feudalism is a good system whenever a lord like conquers 500 square miles of territory, then dies of diarrhea, and civil war happens, because it's like, ah, well, feudalism rewards the strongest lords with the strongest armies. Like that's not how you can't justify, like, oh, you're saying that gladiatorial combat is bad, but look, the system down there works, the strongest lives. Like that's not, you're defining good by a different set of terms. Like, bad companies hurt themselves failing is not my definition of success when the failure hurts an entire industry. They're dragging the industry down with them. The failure shouldn't have happened at all. Like, this is one of those like Silicon Valley like move fast and break things, 40 IQ ideologies, where the whole point of a company is to be like a short-term investment cycle that may or may not disrupt a market before imploding. And some people get extraordinarily rich, and a bunch of people lose out in a lot. And it's like, oh man, that's working. See, like the system's working. It's like, well, no. What I want is like a functioning games industry, not a games industry where there are like 4 or 5 key players who can fuck everything up because they decided their shareholders weren't getting enough money. Yeah, we saw that bird brain bug. Yeah, it's like saying 2008 was capitalism working because the banks failed. If there wasn't a bailout and all these corporations failed, it's like, oh man, dude, see, capitalism is working great. All these companies that made the subprime mortgage gambling loan or whatever, they went down. You know, see, we're rewarding good behavior and punishing bad behavior. What should the shareholders do in this system? Not exist? Seppuku? What do you mean? They're shareholders. I hate shareholders. I hate the system. I mean, in this system, like shareholders gonna shareholder, you know. It's why the system has to be tweaked slightly, you know, just slightly. Steroids, yeah. The difference is fault versus failure. Failure implies it's not working as intended. If working as intended includes systems where markets are imploded and like entire industries are disrupted based on the idiotic decision making which is procured by like the bourgeois system of investment, then like working as intended in your case produces bad outcomes. Like you might as well be saying like, ah, yes, well, you know, our death panels that decide who lives and dies successfully decide who lives and dies. So the system is working as intended, you know? Like it's meaningless. This is like how fucking structural functionalists think, you know? They're like, ah, well, actually, if you think about it, the death camps were a policy success because the point of them was in fact to clear Germany of the parasites. So they did that. So actually they're a success. By the metrics set forward by the people who designed these systems, they were actually a success. So you can't actually argue. Like what are you talking about? Like we're literally arguing that bad things are good because the bad things are part of a bad system, and therefore because the system said the bad thing would happen, that is like it's meaningless. They're counting games loaded in browser. What? Will this affect WebGL and streamed games? Games on all platforms are eligible for the fee, but only incur costs above the install and revenue thresholds across. Installs which involve initialization of the runtime on a client device. What? Wait, can you just refresh a page over and over? Yeah, rip itch.io. They now say only the initial installation of the game triggers a fee, but in their FAQ, they admit they don't have the data to distinguish reinstalls or WebGL streams, etc., so they just charge for everything. Do they admit they don't have that data? It's so good. The system is working so well. A supposed Unity dev tried to clarify things over here. Do we know it's actually a Unity dev? No, we don't. This is a anonymous account with one post that joined today. We have no way of knowing whether this is real. They say they're working off aggregate data. Well, then it's not very proprietary, is it? Yandere Simulator will never be released now. Is Yandere Sim in Unity? It is? Well. CEO sold a bunch of stocks before the announcement, I heard. How many is a bunch? 2,000 Unity shares. That's not that many. Oh, hold on. Guru Focus noticed that this follows a trend, reporting that Risitiello has sold a total of 50,610 shares this year and purchased none. Oh, man, dude. Now that's what I call a market success. When your CEO has spent the entire year selling shares of your stock and not purchased any. Oh, my God. Risitiello isn't the only executive at Unity to sell a bunch of stock the week before the company's runtime fee announcement. According to Unity's market activity in the NASDAQ, several other Unity board members sold significant numbers of shares leading up to planned price. Oh my, dude, it's literally a fucking rug pull. How is this not insider trading? Well, you'd have to prove that they were operating, that it wasn't just a big coincidence. Wink. Chief among them being Tamer Barziv, Unity's president of growth, who sold 37,500 shares on September 1st for roughly $1.4 million, and board director Shlomo Dovrat, who sold 68,454 shares on August 30th for around $2.5 million. Dude, I love the system working. I love all of the executives being like, all right, guys, everyone, we're about to announce the stupidest fucking change of our lives, and it's gonna suck, all right? So everyone make sure to make a bunch of money beforehand. Last time Risitiello's name was in the news in a prominent way was when he said mobile game developers who don't utilize Unity's suite of ad technology are, quote, fucking idiots. That's what again, this is the guy who's so business savvy that he had to be the guy to run both EA and Unity, okay? This is like this guy's got like 500 IQ. And what's the last time he was in the news cycle? He thinks mobile game developers aren't cramming their games full of enough ads. So they're fucking idiots. I love the system. Capitalism's strongest soldier? Yeah, literally. I love the system. Hold on. Yeah, this was about a year ago. Unity CEO calls mobile devs who don't prioritize monetization fucking idiots. Dude, this is definitely the guy who should have been Unity CEO and EA CEO. A person who literally, clearly does not give a single shit about video games and only cares about monetization. Oh, you're making a mobile game and you're not trying to fucking milk every dollar that you can out of the people. You don't have 16 different kinds of currency and you also don't run ads that can only be gotten rid of if you pay a $5 a month subscription. Well, you're a fucking idiot. You wanted to make art? Oh, you wanted to make like art for people to be happy? You wanted to make people happier? You're a fucking loser. You're a fucking moron, you fucking piece of shit. How the fuck could you do that to me? Him shorting the Unity stocks does seem to indicate he has some level of awareness, though. Yeah, it's probably one of those things where this idea was set forward a long time ago, and as it got closer and closer to announcement date, he got more and more info on how bad this would be, and he's just like, eh. Like, they don't give a shit. Dude, these people like this will literally ruin your entire fucking life and not give a shit. because it's like, oh, whatever. Like, who cares? He's worth a bajillion dollars. He's always going to be worth a bajillion dollars. It's all just like, well, whatever. CEOs will just fail their way from industry to industry to industry. Just like, oh, dude, what, like, we have whatever. Meanwhile, leaving like devastation in their wake because they don't give a shit about anything that they're doing, you know? And the shareholders appoint these people because the shareholders, contrary to what a capitalist might tell you, where the shareholder is interested in appointing a CEO who will make a good product, they are interested in appointing a CEO who will milk as much money for them as possible in the short lifespans they have left because shareholders are all fucking old. It's bad for the industry. Do you think this is them literally sweeping the leg on their own company so they can walk away with a golden parachute? And stuff like that happens too. Sometimes deliberately bad decisions are made specifically so they can claim a bunch of losses and like a CEO and a few other people can walk away with a fuck ton of money. Like, it's insane. System working as intended. Unity announced yesterday, amid layoffs, by the way, that it will merge with ad tech firm ironSource. Riccitiello, a veteran of the industry who previously served as EA's chief executive, added how he sees a growing divide between game developers who, quote, massively embrace how to figure out what makes a successful product, and others who, as in other art forms, maintain distance from the money side of things for creativity's sake. As such, he argues that devs first and foremost need to cater to the market. Literally, like, I've been noticing this larger and larger divide between people who just want to make money and people who want to make art. And I gotta say, you need to make money. Ruben's being cute. People inside Unity have been pushing back against the decision for months. Okay, so then I was right. Yeah. The CEO and some other people probably pushed for this a long time ago, and they built up like the infrastructure to make the announcement. And meanwhile, everyone internally is talking about how like it's going to be bad, like this is going to suck, nobody's going to go through with this. So they're like as they get closer and closer to release date, they're like, well, here's our last chance to sell shares, right? And if the announcement goes well, we can just like get it back, like whatever, it's not a big deal. But if it goes really poorly, you want to sell those shares now. How's Unity stock doing? Now that's what I like to call a decision. It's actually not that big of a shift downward. See? They've had a larger shift downward over this period of time. I don't really know what's going on with Unity's stock. No consequences for them working as intended. Well, yeah, he's probably worth like $50 trillion. With ironSource merger already netting $1 billion in investments from Unity's shareholders, and ironSource itself valued a whopping $4.4 billion, it only makes sense Riccitiello is willing to throw developers under the bus. Advertisements and the technology behind them, as always, are the name of the game. Great. Love that. Riccitiello net worth. At least $176 million as of Guru Focus. So, take that for what you will. I don't know. Every website will have a different estimate. Forbes, as of 2 years ago, estimated $1.4 billion. I saw Stormcloud. For indie developers, yes, Bro Coffee. Anyway, have we all Riccitiello? I don't respect him enough to pronounce his name correctly. What are the odds they undo this? They probably will undo this, Again, it's a decision that could have only been made from people who have a contemptuous disinterest in the industry. Yes, and it's aggressively Italian name. As a game dev, what the fuck should I do? I don't use Unity because Unreal superiority, but still, what the fuck are you talking about? What are you making this about you? What should I do? By the way, I don't use Unity. Nothing. You don't have to do anything. You use Unreal. What do you mean? What are you talking about? use Godot. They use Unreal. Okay, whatever. Is Bagul, I saw the message the first 50 times. Vosh, is RPG Maker any good? I mean, if you want to make a very specific kind of game, sure. It's not a very diverse, wide-ranging platform for game construction. Holy shit, 2D Siggy. You've been here long enough to know. I saw your link the first 50 times. No, I'm just banning you for the day. Holy shit, what is wrong with you guys? That's like the 4th person today who literally can't stop reposting the same. Do I need to like verbally acknowledge every single chatter before you stop spamming? I saw. Holy shit. Because that's what happens when you keep posting the same link or message over and over. Like, you're basically saying, I will not stop until the streamer personally fucking... There are 8,000 people or whatever fucking watching, but yeah, you need to specifically name me and respond to me before I stop spamming. Jesus Christ. Yeah, apparently they're going to try to impeach Biden. House of Representatives will open a formal impeachment inquiry into President Joe Biden, its most senior Republican said. I don't think that anything is going to come of this. Republicans have been investigating the president since they took control of the House in January. The hearings have found no concrete evidence of misconduct by Mr. Biden. Like, yeah, I don't know. On what charge? Well, the thing they're going to try to get him on is the idea that Hunter Biden was leveraging like quid pro quo business deals on the condition that Joe Biden was offering them deals or favors, except no evidence has been found of any deals or favors that were offered by Biden or any evidence of anything to that effect. So, yeah. Like, yeah, I don't think anything is going to come of this. Did you see Fetterman's response to the impeachment? No, but somebody linked it. I have not seen it. What's he saying?
And McCarthy makes his move, the House Speaker announcing the launch of an impeachment investigation against President Biden. McCarthy has been under pressure from the right flank of his party to do this. Some in the GOP accuse Biden of making money off of his son Hunter's business ventures during his time as vice president. But so far, there's been no concrete evidence to back up those claims. A Republican source, meanwhile, tells CNN that McCarthy isn't looking for a formal floor vote to get the ball rolling. Hint, it means he doesn't have the votes. But less than 2 weeks.
Yeah, what? So this is nothing. This is just a meaningless news cycle. Like, yeah.
Weeks ago, he told Breitbart, quote, if we move forward with an impeachment inquiry, it would occur through a vote on the floor of the People's House and not through a declaration by one person. Whoops. McCarthy criticized then Speaker Nancy Pelosi for pulling a similar move in 2019. CNN's Manu Raju caught up with McCarthy and asked about the reversal.
How are
you, sir? Good to see you. Are you following through?
All right, let's bring in John Bresnahan, co-founder of Punchbowl News.
That's not John Fetterman. This isn't John. This is a different John. This isn't John Fetterman. What are you talking about? Give me the Fetterman.
And
later on,
just because
with Biden,
it was out this morning. Trump.
Since then, suck and you have to turn around.
None of this is John Fetterman. There's 2 Johns? Yeah, I thought there was only one. Here's the actual clip. Man, I really hate you guys. You guys are really testing me today.
McCarthy has formally asked you about this news that Speaker McCarthy has formally launched an impeachment or has said he's going to.
Oh my God, really? Oh my gosh, it's devastating. Ooh, don't do it. Please don't do it. Oh no, oh no.
We gotta run back to the office, but
This is a man of the people. Okay? How many times have we seen a politician act like a lizard? Right? Many times, okay? Now, how many times have we seen a politician act like that little of a lizard? Is what I'm saying right now. That was the least lizard-like behavior. You know what he reminds me of? He reminds me, in terms of mannerisms, he reminds me of Zach. YOLO Swag Studios from the Cumboys. I feel like he was hitting that Zach beat. They also both have mustaches right now, don't they? Isn't the only thing they have figured out about Hunter and Joe is that Joe is a really involved father who checks in his son often? Yeah, it's kind of like this is like the two kinds of bombshell info that Republicans managed to dig up on Hunter Biden, okay? One of them is that he's got a big cock, and the other one is that his father loves him very much. And those are like those are like the two bits of information they keep discovering. Uh So it's going pretty well, I guess. Vosh, a very popular Sonic fan game dev, got out as a racist. Can you cover that? Whoa! You're telling me that a Sonic fan game developer is a fucking degenerate? Whoa, that's shocking. I've always felt like Sonic is the ultimate is as like social signifiers go, it really is the ultimate like horseshoe theory dark horse candidate because it's enjoyed seemingly by equal measure. First of all, in order to be a Sonic fan, you legitimately have to be like extremely autistic. And I don't mean autistic in the sense that I normally use it, like to say you're very fixated in a I mean like negative coded autism, like there's something wrong with you, you have trouble relating to people. I'm sorry, every experience that I've had with a Sonic fan has been like insane. Like I am negatively coding these statements, okay? And then you're either like some kind of hyper queer, fucking super lefty, like can't answer the phone, whatever, or you're like a neo-Nazi. But in both cases, like mega incel territory. I don't know. There's something, I don't understand what attracts people to Sonic on any level, like gameplay, story, art. I have no idea. I don't know. I have no idea. Vosh, the furries like Sonic. I don't even, it's not even no, it's not even furry, okay? Furries look a certain way. Sonic and the other Sonic characters or whatever, they're not furries. They're like cartoon characters. That's different. Like, when you see a person say they're a furry, they don't tend to draw stuff in like 1930s Fleischer style, whatever. Sonic is his own fucked up monstrosity. You know, it's not even like a furry thing. I'm sure he does, Unorthodox Monkey. It is the same gameplay appeal as speedrunning Mario. No, it doesn't. Okay. Doesn't Kanye play Mario a lot? Yeah, and Mario's fine. I don't have an issue at all with Mario. Everyone likes Mario games. Sonic is the Mortal Kombat of platformers. Yeah. They wish, dude. They fucking wish. Being the Mortal Kombat of platformers would mean that every Sonic game is more or less the same as the previous one, but that would require a degree of consistency, which Team Sonic is not capable of. The degenerate, inbred fucking simpletons they have running that studio could not manage consistency if their life depended on it. The only consistency Sonic games have is that they're all bad. True! I want Vosh to cover the alien thing some bad. Oh my god, dude! Love the autoplay. Love the autoplay on The Independent. Thank you, theindependent.co.uk. That's great. Thank you. Alien corpses shown to Congress as UFO expert forced to testify under oath. Man, that's crazy. Is this the video? Is this the video? It's not even the video. Whatever. Alleged non-human alien corpses. Look at these. Look at this little dude. Look at this little guy right down here. Retrieved from Cusco, Peru. Is that what they named Cusco after? Yes? Cool. Were presented in windowed boxes in Mexico City on Wednesday, stirring excitement with the UFO conspiracy theory community. Yep, they brought a little guy to the Mexican Congress, little dude, right down there, in a little box with a glass case. Are we this bored and doomer? What, you mean for giving this attention or for saying it's fake? Because the people involved in this have already been caught for hoaxes before. Mr. Moussan has previously been associated with claims of alien discoveries that have later been debunked, including 5 mummies found in Peru in 2017 that were later shown to be human children. That's cool. We found aliens. It's this fucker. Roboticist Mark Setrakian. Who is this? This is a different person. Who you said it's this who's oh, the alien is this guy. Oh, Jesus. It's the same bodies that he's displaying right now? I don't think it is. This is a different thing. Wait, they found this and said this was an alien? This literally just looks like a preserved human body. What? In the spring of 2017, Gaia filmmakers joined researchers and scientists just out of Nazca, Peru to investigate an unearthed mummified body. Independent scientists and universities are currently analyzing findings, with initial examining suggests the possibility of material that is unlike anything found in the fossil record. Could this be a primitive human with an intentional or developmental deformity, or undeniable evidence that non-human species exists? Superstition is big in Latin culture. We have no right to say that. We literally just had a fucking congressional testimony on aliens. We literally just did this. These guys are like Undans, couldn't use mummification. They must be aliens, pretty racist. You don't need to use mummification. It happens sometimes. Like if you fall on a bog or something. Like it happens. They're doing the same thing here in Brazil. They're just aware of the fact that people are paranoid and superstitious and looking for answers right now, so they're trying to capitalize on it with this stupid bullshit. Mr. Moussan told attendees the specimens have been studied by scientists at the Autonomous National University of Mexico who were able to draw DNA evidence using radiocarbon dating. After comparisons were made to other DNA samples, it was found that over 30% of the specimen's DNA was unknown, he said. All right, yeah, it's bullshit. Total bullshit. Jibber jabber. Over 30% of the specimen's DNA was quote-unquote unknown. Bosch, you can't draw DNA using radiocarbon dating. Oh, yeah, that's right, isn't it? Isn't radiocarbon dating just using the radioactive decay of materials inside of a body to determine how long it's been since the decay began? Like how old a thing is? What does that have to do with DNA? No, it's quantum energy. Radiocarbon dating. Determining the age of an object containing organic material by using the radiocarbon. Okay, yeah, this has nothing to do with DNA, right? This is literally just radiocarbon decay, like a specific kind of carbon in biological material. Stupid. So stupid. Conspiracy theorists like to throw sciencey sounding words in a blender. Yeah, they probably just had like one or two guys at UNAM who were friends with them be like, yeah, man, take a look at this. Use your cool science stuff. And they all just like colluded and they're going to make money. They're going to write a book. They're going to write a book. Hold on. I hate this shit so much, man. Mexico could declare the existence of alien life as controversial UFOologist shows Congress bodies. Thanks, The Telegraph, for this excellent news. Thank you for your fucking phenomenal journalistic standards, A. Lamau. Oh, wow, that doesn't make it look even more suspicious. The guy who's presenting these fake aliens to the Mexican Congress studied journalism at UNAM, the same place that he got the quote-unquote DNA radiocarbon dating done. And Miami University, which is in Ohio? Holy shit. Imagine going to Miami and Ohio at the same time. Fucking cursed. Under oath, he said the mummified corpses were found in a diatom mine in the city of Cusco, Peru, believed to be around 1,000 years old. Yeah. This will all be found out in like 1 or 2 days. Why is this getting media attention? Because people are sick in the head. Because people are aware of the fact that bad things are afoot, and they're deeply distrustful of the system broadly, and they're looking for some kind of big breakthrough that will give them some big, meaningful paradigm through which to view all this stuff that's happening that they don't understand, you know? People like to believe that they're witnessing the truth, you know? This obsession with paranormal bullshit corresponds pretty heavily, I think, with the rise of the global far right. I think it's because some people are just bored, right? No, it's not boredom. It's the opposite. It's fervor. It's fervor. What makes me so much angrier is the credence given to it by serious media companies for clicks. Yeah, it's genuinely infuriating. Yes, I completely agree. Yeah, 100%. The media plays into they played into this with American media as well, with the presentation to Congress, where some guy who spent his entire life grifting off of quote unquote like UFO sightings is like, yeah, dude, I'm here to testify that like, dude, I totally saw stuff, and here's my friend. He was a pilot, and 20 years ago, while he was high on coke, he saw a dot move really quick in the sky. Anyway, can we like bust the lid open on this or whatever? Also, can I get some testimonials for the book that I'm writing that I'm going to become a millionaire off of? We saw that twice, chess player. The people on r/UFOs and r/aliens are going insane, saying this is undeniable evidence. You know, all these people fucking believe in 15-minute cities, too. Top of the fucking subreddit. How is the United States media not picking up on the Mexico UFO hearing after hours have passed by? Oh, look. Oh, that's nice. Top comment. I'd actually prefer they take their time for this one to get vetted properly. Ah, that's nice. Seriously, though, why would major publications jump on this? I love the sub, but why are people instantly believing this without a second thought or any critical thinking of the matter, and wondering why major publications and institutions are not publishing and reacting the same way without any vetting? That's nice. They just don't like Mexico. They're like, ah, yeah, they're just racist against Mexicans, and that's why, ah, yeah, it's just fucking Pedro pulling a hoax. Yeah. Makes sense. He has scammed that same way before. Yeah, but when has that ever stopped dipshits who believe in fucking UFOs and aliens and shit from believing people? They'll spend 20 years scamming. It's like listening to like Protestant preachers who are they're like prophesizing the end of the world. It's like, ah, well, I was wrong about it the past 17 times I predicted, but trust me this time. And then people still listen. The president of Mexico tweeted a picture of what he claimed was an elf last month, and y'all can't fathom why the world isn't taking this at face value. What? Mexico's president posted a photo of what he believes is an aluje, a mischievous woodland spirit in Mayan folklore. Okay, I'm fine with this. This one's fine. I think they're cute. Yeah, go off, King. Do you think this actually sells well with the rights audience? Yeah, they go crazy for this shit. Matt Walsh is like all in on the alien conspiracy stuff, and Breaking Points loves it as well. The only people on the right who really don't go for the alien conspiracy crap are the people who are genuinely religious. Genuinely religious conservatives tend not to like anything associated with aliens, because the Christian worldview does not really allow for aliens. Like, there's only one Christ, right? And the Bible is supposed to be the complete Bible. Like, there's not supposed to be extra bits of the Bible out there. The New Testament is the Bible, right? So there isn't like some lost chapter that describes Christ emerging to speak to another alien planet. And if that, you know, so like the existence of aliens would imply that the universe is filled with godless heathens and that humans and humans alone have been given the word of Christ. So it's not, it doesn't really allow for them. Super religious people tend to believe that what people call aliens are like, they wrap it in with like angels and demons, basically. Mormons believed in aliens. It's pretty wild. Okay, yes. Okay, well, Mormons are complicated. They think when you die, you make your own planet or whatever. They're a whole fucking... There's a lot of variety, okay? What about Native Americans? I don't fucking know. Yeah, an Orthodox monkey. We were just talking about that. Watch the Mexico video. It seems unfair for them to not get saved by Christ, Vosh. Dude, I don't fucking know. I think most Christians say that if you belong to a civilization that never had the opportunity to be, like, to shown the light of Christ or whatever, you either go to purgatory or you get an opportunity to repent when you die. I've heard both of those. I've never heard a Christian say that if you were like, if you were like a Chinese peasant in the year 652 BC or whatever, and you die, you instantly go to hell. I've either heard you go to purgatory, which is fine, or when you die, you get you get like given the cliff notes on Christ, and if you're like, yeah, sure, dude, you go to heaven or whatever. The whole point is that like your time on Earth is a testing ground where your spiritual value is determined, and that'll determine where you spend your afterlife, which is where like most of your time is spent. Infinity time, in fact. Yes, and a lot of Catholic or Christians don't even believe in purgatory. Okay, whatever. Yes, Jehovah's Witnesses and Calvinists think you go to hell. Protestants categorically don't think purgatory exists. It doesn't, guys, it's not real. Every religious person has a different fucking headcanon because none of it's real. There's no reality to base it on. Even if it all was laid out clearly in the book, which it's not, it's highly interpretive, there's still a million... Why are we arguing? Shut up! Jesus, yeah, it's like arguing fucking comic book lore canon. Like, was Spider-Man would never kill people? Well, here's one where he did. I don't fucking care. I shouldn't have brought up religion. This is my fault. This is my fault. This was my mistake. Man, they are really committed to this. The 3 links they provided to verify DNA analysis. In the National Library of Medicine? Well, it's a good thing that I'm also an expert on genetics. Blast. Send this experiment to Blast. Blast him. Huh? Nah, I don't know. Yeah, I've seen Dino Smash. We'll go. It literally says it's human. Yeah, in the text box, we've got it. Oh yeah, let's just finish this damn video. Hey, Lamau. What? Why is there a bunch of dirt and debris at the bottom of the thing? If they were transporting what's supposed to be a mummified body, why would they transport a bunch of crap on the bottom with it? It's like they put it there just for aesthetics or something. It flaked off. If that all flaked off from the body, then it would have decomposed by now. No sound, I'm aware. I'm also hearing. I don't know why there's no sound. Hey, Lamau. It looks so fucking amateur, too. Like, again, not to pretend that I'm a fucking expert or whatever, but you can look at examples of mummified faces, which are pretty creepy, by the way, so if you don't want to look at it, that's cool. But you can look at examples of mummified faces, and they look literally nothing like this. I know materials or whatever, like, vary significantly or change, but, like, yeah, I don't know. It literally looks like there's just a bunch of plaster that's collected on the top. If a body is mummified, then the mummified body has a very distinct... It's not like just the dirt around it. Like, being mummified doesn't make you turn into dirt or whatever. It's a specific composition process. Like, notice how this doesn't look dirty. I mean, it looks, like, gross and creepy and stuff, but there's not, like, dirt all over it. It's basically... I mean, it looks basically just like a human face. Yeah, it's like it's like leather kind of, like very weak leather, basically. And this is just like plaster. You can't there's not even a point where it looks like the plaster is chipped through and you can see the actual body underneath. Like, what is this right here? Yeah, it looks like concrete, plaster, paper mache, something like that. It doesn't look real. Can you fake carbon dating? Well, I think the people at the university he went to have lied, because they said that they examined its DNA using carbon dating. Also, I could be wrong on this, but I'm pretty sure it's not possible to examine and verify the DNA of something like that within a day. Like, they said the DNA was like 30% not human or whatever, which doesn't mean it. What does that mean? Are you telling me that this alien from a different planet has 70% identical DNA to human? Like, what the fuck do you mean? And then, like, how'd you get the 70-30 distinction? Did you examine all 50 bajillion of the telomere? Oh, also, if you were able to examine its DNA, what did its DNA look like? Like, seriously, DNA is the building block of life. If that's an alien, then its DNA, just being able to look at its DNA should give you an ungodly amount of information. Like, if scientists were legitimately the first ones to examine the DNA of a fucking alien, they would not just go, yeah, this former grifter is telling the truth, actually. This is like Alien or whatever. They would be like they would be like on more cocaine than any human could normally handle, speed writing a paper to get that shit slammed out to the fucking Nobel Peace Prize. Like, you fucking get, like, they saw the DNA of an alien. Are you kidding me? What is it made? What was it? How is it built? Are they built different? You know? So yeah, no. Scroll down to the article. They apparently found eggs in it in osmium. Yeah, of course they fucking did. Yeah. Experts claim one of the beings carried eggs with embryos inside of them and had implants of cadmium and osmium metals. Yeah, okay, whatever. Just say whatever. All right, that's enough of this bullshit. The alien stuff actually makes me doomer, man. I hate stuff like that so much. It's so fucking tedious. Groundwater coverage, please, awoo. Hey, you guys know how I've said that if you're in America and you're a lefty or a trans or whatever the fuck, you should probably up your passport and try to save some money just in case? You know how I've said that? I feel the same way about you living in the Southwest, except instead of getting a passport, what you need to do is fucking move. U.S. in danger of running out of groundwater from overuse. That's cool.
The 7 Colorado River Basin states have finally agreed to a consensus-based plan for water consumption cutbacks. California, Arizona, and Nevada have proposed collective conservation of at least 3 million acre-feet, or about 13% of their total allocation by the end of 2026. That's when the river's current operating guidelines are set to expire. More than 3/4 of that total would be funded by about $1.2 billion from the Inflation Reduction Act. The rest would be voluntary commitments. While the individual breakdown of state commitments is not yet available, California has agreed to slightly more than half of the cuts. The overtapped Colorado River serves 40 million people across the West, and it turns out that century-old water allocations have far exceeded the river's actual flow, a situation made worse by years of drought. Meanwhile, past cuts have proven insufficient to preserve the water levels of the river's 2 main reservoirs, Lake Powell and Lake Mead. Whether the federal government accepts the proposal remains to be seen, as does its impacts on the region.
We're investing billions of dollars to protect our iconic outdoors, preserve our historic sites, and address the devastating influx of climate change. It includes historic funding for farmers and communities in the upper and lower Colorado River Basin.
While officials and experts alike have applauded this important step, many have voiced concerns that this is a short-term solution to a long-term crisis.
That's so cool, dude. That's, I love that. The Southwest is so fucked. I keep saying this, and I don't think people take me seriously when I say it. Certainly not my fucking parents. I need to get them out of there. Is that, like, seriously, Los Angeles County is one major, weather or terrorist event away from, like, Mad Max shit over there, okay? Immortan Joe is going to be, like, at the top of the WB, like, ornamental water tower, pouring, like, 2 gallons of water down on a crowd of thousands, and they'll all be, like, looking up reverently at him. Oh my god. It's not good at all. There's a group of Silicon Valley billionaires buying up water rights from the area outside of Sacramento to create a graded town for the rich. Yep. Yeah. Water futures have been like skyrocketing in price lately, as like companies and the ultra wealthy start buying it up to hoard or to leverage the price on. Yeah. LA County imports a huge amount of its water. Yeah, about 50% of its water in 2016 came from outside of the area. Jesus. Thank you, Palmdale, for reusing so much of your water. How much do we waste on lawns here? Lawns, which have been especially singled out as water wasting culprits, are estimated to use about 40 to 60% of landscape irrigation in California, or just 3.5 to 5% of total statewide water use. Overall, landscape irrigation is estimated to account for about 50% of annual residential water consumption statewide. I will never forgive the state of California, or I guess this was the city of Beverly Hills. This was in the city of Beverly Hills, okay? This was a city of Beverly Hills thing, where they went door to door, handing out little 5-minute hourglass timers so that we could all be encouraged to take 5-minute long showers. And meanwhile, the upper hills in Beverly Hills are full of like mega lawns. Having lawns in Los Angeles is insane enough on its own, and they're everywhere. And the state will never, or the city will never do anything about them because a lot of those lawns are owned by very wealthy, very powerful people. It'll be like, or if they ever do pass anything like that, it'll be like, okay, well, 99% of lawns have to be axed, and you have to have like local biodiverse lawns made of cacti or whatever. But the 1% in Bel Air and Beverly Hills can keep their shit. This is true class warfare. It's literally just because they know the wealthy want to keep their lawns. It's insane. How does one ban lawns? Easily and with great pleasure. Apparently, the CA Senate just passed a law that restricted watering fake lawns. Oh, you mean the people who run water on their lawns so that people, like on their fake lawns, their AstroTurf, so that people don't realize it's a fake lawn? Like they get a fake lawn, then they water the fake lawn because it's like, look, we're like a real lawn too. Thereby like making the point of a fake lawn completely not real. California, baby. Los Angeles, baby. Let's go. Is that really a thing? Well, it's not crazy common, but yeah, I've heard of it happening. How's the Colorado River doing? Love that. Remember that if the Colorado River goes down too low, not only do we lose water, we also lose power from the Hoover Dam. Look, the water level, like, should not be going down this low. When is this image from? Oh, there it is. There's 2000 to 2021 to 2022. Dude, look. The Virgin River is dried up, just like actual virgins are. See? There's no more water here anymore. I assume this is during the summer, so like during the winter, maybe it would be more full. But yeah, it's not good. Actual Virgin River. This is an older one. Water level near capacity, 1998. Water level July 11th, 2014, lowest on record. Water level on December 21, 2012. Let me see if I can find something from the past year. Yeah, look at how low this is. This is going to start affecting energy generation too. I mean, a lot of the power that the Hoover Dam produces is dependent upon the pressure of the water, the water pressure supplied by the weight of the water above it. I mean, you can see how like low down this is. Like, look, that's the size of a person. Do you see this single pixel right here? That's a human man, right? Like this. So this represents like 150-foot drop off, maybe more than 150 feet. I don't know. This is a long way down to before you hit the water. Look, it gets even lower. Look at that. Holy shit. How far down are we? Sorry, I'm taking a look at the charts, which they keep diligent records of, thank God. Daily discharge. Just like my wife, am I right? Stream flow, peak annual discharge. So we had a lot back in May. I did the calculation. It's insane. Nevada just built a dumb vanity project called the Sphere that uses the same amount of power and carbon emissions as 10K people annually for its LED exterior. Yeah. Isn't Vegas like one of the most water efficient cities in the world? Like all those extravagant fountains and shit recycle 100% of the water? I think they are. They kind of have to be because there's no water anywhere near, right? Either way, it's not good. American groundwater has been severely depleted in recent decades, with 40% of more than 85,000 wells hitting all-time lows in the past decade, rainwater failing to replace the losses. The deficits are found across the country, including in Utah, California, and Texas, where the depletion is leading to fissures in the ground and buckling roadways. Cool. Arizona officials announced in June that some new construction in the Phoenix area would be restricted due to inability to guarantee groundwater supply. Huh. Wow, that's kind of terrifying. Placing limits on new construction in the capital city because they can't guarantee they'll be able to supply water to those parts. I mean, to be fair, nobody should live in Phoenix, Arizona, but still, the fact that they would put restrictions on that. Wichita County saw yields of only 70.6 bushels per acre last year compared to up to 175 in the late 1990s. Groundwater depletion has led many Kansas farmers to switch to practice of dryland farming, or farming that relies entirely on rainfall. However, the average rainfall in the area is not nearly enough to make up the difference. Wichita County, for example, gets fewer than 20 inches on average. Couldn't be me. Arkansas is pumping more than twice the amount of water from its main aquifer than is replaced, according to the Times. Earlier this year, the state, which produces about half of domestically grown rice, warned the aquifer was down to less than 1/10 of its capacity in some regions. That's pretty cool. Did you read up on Salt Lake drying up, releasing arsenic into the air, and Utah may become a fallout to your city in the next... Well, Utah isn't a city, but yes, in the next 50 years. Yeah, I think I saw a YouTube video on that. Yeah. The Great Salt Lake is drying up, and there's a bunch of crap that'll settle and turn into dust at the basin of it, and that'll blow into the air and kill everyone. So that'll be cool. Could poison the lungs of more than 2.5 million people. When the lake levels hit historic lows in recent months, 800 square miles of lakebed were exposed, soil that contains centuries of natural and man-made toxins like mercury, arsenic, and selenium. As the mud turns to dust and swirls to join some of the worst winter air pollution in the nation, scientists warn the massive body of water could evaporate into a system of lifeless Finger Lakes within 5 years, on its way to becoming the Great Toxic Dust Bowl. That's cool. Remember how at the recent Republican primary debate, they had a young Republican call in to say, hey, can you guys assuage young Republicans' fears that you all don't care about climate change? And Vivek Ramaswamy was like, whoa, why would I care about climate change when it's not real? Yeah, you know, like immediately like leaps to the mic. Yeah. You mean assuage fears that they do care? No, young Republicans do believe in climate change a lot more than older ones. Because older people are more likely to live in the suburbs, I feel, and people who are like, you know, the older Republicans have a different set of like life experiences. Less urbanist, certainly. Let me see if I can find data on that. U.S. views on climate change differ by generation. Yeah, the crazy thing is, once you like cut away from the political banter and look at what Americans say, this is American adults, where 71% of millennials say climate should be a top priority to ensure sustainable planet for future generation. So this isn't just saying climate change exists. This is saying top priority. But even boomers and older are 57% and more. Most Americans believe in climate change. It's just the wealthy that run our political gambit, you know, don't. Well, they do. They lie about it because they're in bed with fossil fuel giants. A big part of it is also that old people know they're going to be dead before the climate change stuff really ramps up, because old people are selfish, subhuman pieces of shit. So 29% of people 55 and older say it'll pose a serious threat in your lifetime. So it's like, whatever. I'll be out the way, you know. The Colorado River is being drained predominantly for cows. Yeah, the crazy thing is that at least domestically, we could fix so many ecological issues just by scaling back meat farming. How much water goes to cattle? How much American water? Drinking the water is 2%. Like cow drinking water is like 2% of our total water. But the real water use when it comes to meat farming is the water we use to raise the crops we feed the cows. Agriculture accounts for 92% of humanity's freshwater footprint across the planet. Almost 75% of the decline in water levels can be attributed to cattle feed irrigation. It takes a lot of water to make a double cheeseburger. One calculation puts it at 450 gallons per quarter pounder. There it is. Across the U.S., cattle feed crops, which end up as beef and dairy products, account for 23% of all water consumption, according to the report. In the Colorado River Basin, it is over half. And it's so we can raise a bunch of, like, wheat or fucking whatever we feed them, grain, to feed the cows. And then we eat the cows, because that's very, like, energy inefficient. Bruh, cattle can be raised on marginal land that can't be farmed, and regenerative agriculture can restore decertified land to being suitable for growing on. It's the feedlots that suck. No, because even if the cattle are being raised on that land, the crops to feed them are being raised on agriculturally viable land, and we use a fuck ton of water on that. We got to do it again. We're going to show the graph again. Guys, we all know what graph I'm about to show, right? Which map? We all know what I'm looking for. Yep. My favorite map in the world. Cow pasture and range. Sheeps, goats, other horses. Right here. Big old square in the middle. Livestock feed right over here. Now, everything that we use for livestock feed could be feeding humans. Now, you might notice the livestock feed section is larger than our feed exports down here. So the livestock feed, I mean, you got ethanol. Oh, there's the Gulf chunk that I'm blocking. See the Gulf chunk? The red in the top right is the human land where we live. Urban housing, urban commercial, rural housing, idle, fallow, food we eat. Food we eat right here, yeah. So the livestock feed is like twice the section of the food we eat. So that's cool. And also, I do not believe that all of this cow pasture range land is useless were it not for the pasture/range. Like, I know that a lot of this land is not exactly prime agricultural territory or whatever, but I'm pretty sure better use could be made of this land if we were to scale back the extent of our meat farming. Ban golf and lawns, that would be enough. That would be nice. Yes, this is just a map showing what land is used for in America. What's the significance of the 100 largest landowning families being separate from everyone else there? Oh, just to help you hate the rich a little bit. Why not? What's the solution to all this? Do we simply roll over and die? I mean, we could do that. We could consume less meat. Bill Gates also owns farmland. Yeah. He's pretty rich. I think veganism and vegetarianism would catch on faster if their food wasn't advertised to replace meats. I agree completely. Vegan food should stop trying to be like, hey, look, it's going to be as good as meat. Because it's not. You can't do meat better than meat. Make good vegan food. There's good vegan food. It's not like there's not good vegan food. But stop trying to, like, stop setting yourself up to be compared to a fucking greasy cheeseburger, okay? Just make good vegan food. This is like such an American brain thing where it's like, well, how do we sell people on vegan food? Well, let's sell it to them as like a triple price, less tasty cheeseburger. Like, fuck that. No. Stop researching tech into producing infinitely less efficient, more expensive, whatever vegan, you know, substitutes for meat. Just make good vegan food. The problem is that, like, Americans eat a fuck ton of meat, so we don't have a good understanding of how to have a balanced diet outside of it. Keep in mind, I'm not even advertising veganism here, okay? I'm just talking about vegetarianism. The cow pasture range crap. A lot of the cow pasture range stuff is not for, like, milking them or whatever, okay? Actually, hold on. How much U.S. pasture range for milk versus meat? I'm not getting the answer that I want. We would, even if we just used cows for milk, we would definitely scale back the amount of land that we give their pasture/range, like, significantly. Massively so. Yes, Sully. How do you feel about lab-grown meat? I mean, sure, whatever. Give it a try. I don't think that fixes the energy and efficiency issue, though. What I want to know is how we go about advocating for this. Well, we have a fuck ton of subsidies on the meat industry and on corn and stuff like that. We would just need to get rid of those, and then meat would rise to a, like, market equilibrium price. Like, meat is artificially cheap right now in the United States. It's like the government spends billions subsidizing the cost of meat production to keep it cheap. In reality, the whole, like, go down to a fast food place and get, like, a burger for $2, that was never economically sensible, like at any point. Meat was a luxury for most of human history because it is literally energy inefficient. It should never be cheaper to get meat than it would be to get like 10 times the amount of calories in beans or whatever. Yet for some reason, you can get like a shitty burger for like $2 or whatever. But if you want to get like 10 cans of beans, that's $10. That doesn't make any sense. Like I'm generalizing here. Obviously, the math doesn't work out quite that cleanly, and you have to account for the can or whatever. But yeah, you know, it's just it's dumb. It's dumb. It's cringe. It's dumb. That's what I'm saying. People would unironically hate the president who scaled back the meat industry. Yeah, well, it would just be ending subsidies, okay? We can just transition to other animals like chicken. Yeah, that doesn't really solve the ethical issue, but yes, chicken are significantly more efficient on like a water and everything else level. Yeah. Meat requires less labor than growing vegetables. Meat utilizes fewer laborers. Good. Then we get good American jobs growing vegetables or whatever. Yeah, stop government handouts. What about switching from land meat to water meat? Fish, maybe? Nah, we overfish. We like overfish like crazy, dude. We're fucking up the environment that direction, too. Are you a vegetarian? Nope. You can't say that meat requires less labor than vegetables because you still have to raise the vegetables to raise meat. Well, we give them grain, but yes. Yeah, point taken. Vosh, we literally employ slave migrant labor to grow vegetables. The meat industry jobs are high paying. Kowalski from Nebraska, you're unironically being small brain right now. The idea, like, the idea that we can't do anything about this, even though the livestock have to be fed this, is because people in meat factories get high paying jobs. Like, that's it's like a nothing, right? Like, we could do a million things there. There are a million things we could do to fix the conditions concerning people who pick our food. This little Kansas-sized chunk right here. Saying we need to scale back meat is not a small brain solution. It's just something we have to do, Kowalski from Nebraska. Obviously, there'd be a lot of downstream effects that we'd have to account for with different policies, but that doesn't change the fact that that's a necessary part of the policy. There's unethical labor use like at pretty much every stage of this. It would still be a staple food, even scaled back. I mean, maybe. Like, I mean, I guess that depends, like, culturally what kind of shift we see. I don't know. This will never happen even if it needs to. We'll see. It might eventually no longer be possible to water all those crops, you know. Vosh, as soon as you bring up scaling back meat, chat forgets how drastic the water level was like 10 minutes ago. Yeah, it's like we're like about to run out of water in the entire country or whatever. And it's like, okay, well, people are never going to scale back meat use. All right, well, if it's literally a matter of what they're going, like if we run out of water, like eventually there is a breaking point, you know? At least Saudi Arabia will collapse faster. Yeah, I suppose. Yes, golf should also be illegal. I would much rather give up lawns and golf before meat. Yeah, okay, I don't know. I feel like chat gets weird every time this comes up. I feel like there's a set of very cosmopolitan answers, or people feel very detached from this. This isn't a matter of like which like points do we trade off in a policy board, you know? Like all of these changes are going to happen painfully or painlessly, you know, like the fact that the current system is unsustainable necessarily means that at some point sustainability will be forced on us by circumstance. It's really just a matter of what our priorities are when we reach that point. But every time this comes up, I feel like a bunch of people feel like this is up for debate or whatever. Like, no American president is actually going to do any of this shit ahead of time because either they're bought and sold already or it's just too unpopular or too unviable. But that doesn't mean it's not going to happen. It's still going to happen, you know? We're still going to have to deal with it. It'll, I mean, the chips will fall, you know, however it ends up happening, I suppose. The most control we can be said to have is over the particulars of how we respond to those issues. Yeah, I don't know. It's not a pick and choose kind of dynamic. Vosh, your correct analysis of EU and US shows that livestock farmers receive about 1,000 times more public funding than plant-based and cultivated meat. That's great. I love that. That's great. I love that. In the EU, they receive 1,200 times more public funding than plant-based meat or cultivated meat groups. In the U.S., animal farmers got to hit it. Well, this is versus meat alternatives. So I don't know if this is necessarily a fair comparison, because I don't want meat alternatives. I just don't want meat. But yeah, I get it. You know, like, obviously meat alternatives aren't going to hit any kind of like economic equilibrium relative or comparable to like farmed meat, if farm meat is getting so much money. I don't understand why the fuck there are people in chat arguing about that. I don't know. You guys realize that your lives would not change that much in a world without meat, right? I understand, like, a vegan world, because butter and milk legitimately make up the basis of a ton of stuff. But there are, like, eating... Listen, I've eaten plenty of, like, steak and burgers. It's not like I'm operating from some, like, lack of understanding, okay? Eating vegetarian is not that difficult. Genuinely, it's not. Vegan is pretty tough. Vegetarian is not that difficult. If all these, like, if there was some big, like, mandate from God, or, like, the president slammed a stamp down or whatever, and no more meat being eaten whatsoever, which is never going to happen, but if it did happen, like, I genuinely, I don't think that, like, food culture would change that much. I really don't. I genuinely do not. I don't. Eating fish is not vegetarian. Almond milk must die. Oh, yeah, we have to ban almond milk as well. Yeah, I agree, Annie. You can see, like, even in chat, people are so uncomfortable with the idea. I think the main problem also is that we live in a culture where nobody knows how to cook. So a bunch of people's, like, only reprieve from their depressing 60-hour-a-day work week is the, like, specific kind of frozen meat meal that they like. And then it's like, oh, you want to take that away too, you fucking commies or whatever? But then it's like, man, if you knew anything about cooking and you just had some basic spices and, like, tortillas and beans and cheese, like, you can make something 20 times better than whatever the fuck you're obsessed with. Almond milk is literally worse than meat, yeah. Genuine question, why almond milk? Because almonds shouldn't exist. Please don't ban almond milk. I like it. I'm lactose intolerant. I don't care, die. Drink regular milk and perish. One California almond has an average water footprint of 3.2 gallons, according to a 2017 study published by Science Direct. How much water to make almond milk? A 101 gallons of water to make just 1 cups of almond. Though almond milk is majority water, I suppose, anyway. We just shouldn't have almonds at all, I don't think. Almonds are so water inefficient that it's actually insane. My main bias is that we make them in California. Why do we make them in California? Vosh, stop overstating how bad this stuff is. It's terrible optics, for fuck's sake. You know people in chat are actually fucking fuming when they start complaining about my optics on something like this. Like I have to be considerate of the optics of discussing, like, we're talking about, like, the fucking end of America over here as all of our shit drive. Like, hey, you know, maybe if we ate less fucking Big Macs or whatever, and people in chat are like, whoa, 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 dude, whoa, you can't, dude, whoa, like, yeah, but don't be a coward. Don't say terrible optics. Say that you're mad. Just say, ooh, I'm fuming right now, or like, asterisk, hot steam blows out of my ears, asterisk, like that, you know? There you go. Yeah, isn't there a /me command in chat where you can italicize what you say? Yeah. There it is. A pound of almonds is as water efficient as an entire rice paddy. You could literally turn all the almond farms in Cali into rice paddies. We'd fucking dominate the world of rice exports to save water. We should make more rice. That is true. Though I don't know if California would be the best place for it. Why are we even farming in the desert? That's a great question. It's not really in the desert up there, but yeah. Yeah, a good portion of California is like kind of Mediterranean. Data sources 1991 to 2020 climate normals. Not hot desert, at least. What we do with all the cows, though, exterminate some and keep the others for milk? I don't know, man. Couldn't they just, like, be allowed to die? I don't know. Fucking... like, a lot of the cows we raise get slaughtered at, like, 12 to 18 months anyway, don't we? That's what the ones we use for meat. I mean, we would just, like... I don't know. We'd either finish the slaughter and just not breed anymore, or we would just let them live. I don't know. I mean, there's a couple ways you can handle that, I imagine. Arizona's water use by sector. 22% of the water supply goes to municipal purposes, 6% to industrial, 72% to agriculture. What are you agriculturing in Arizona, just out of curiosity? What are you cooking over there? Agriculture in Arizona. Cattle and calves. The southern part of Arizona is mostly desert where cotton and lettuce crops flourish. Cattle and sheep thrive in the mountainous regions of the north and west. Cattle and calves and dairy are Arizona's leading agricultural products, with cotton, lettuce, and hay positioned as top produced crops. That's still not energy efficient, dark matter. It's because there's no room elsewhere. Iowa is already all farms. We don't need them. Hold on. Iowa farmland. Okay, Iowa land use. We're really getting into it today, aren't we? Well, it is certainly the case that Iowa is almost entirely cultivated crops. But cultivated for what purpose? Corn? Yeah, but like corn to do they feed corn to livestock? Corn, soybean, and pork. Yeah, they do? Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Corn for ethanol? Yeah, we use that. Corn is in fucking everything. Yeah, we subsidize the shit out of it. It's a problem. It's what makes all of you fat. A good number of the farms here in Arizona are owned by foreign interests. Arizona AG takes aim at foreign-owned farms that pump groundwater to feed cattle overseas. What? Pump groundwater from Arizona to feed... Wait. Okay, the title is making it sound like foreign companies buy Arizona land to take water from Arizona and then ship the water overseas. Now, that can't be right. No, okay, that uses Arizona groundwater to grow alfalfa to feed dairy cows overseas. I think that much like real estate, I feel like farmland is one of those things where you should not be able to have, like, you should not be able to have foreign companies own it. It has to be, like, there has to be some kind of, like, regional... There's so much, like, localization of food and food distribution. You can't have shit like this, you know? Arizona State Land Department leases thousands of acres to Fundamont Arizona LLC, a farming operation owned by Middle East dairy giant Almarai Company. It's one of several corporate farms in Arizona that have taken advantage of what residents and officials have said are lax groundwater laws that allow farms to pump unlimited water as long as they own or lease the property to drill wells into. That's so cool. Vosh, am I a bad person for not wanting to go vegetarian? No. That's the thing with systemic change. The obsession with arguing over the morality of going vegetarian or vegan is a liberal psyop. It's ineffective. It doesn't change people's minds. It exists purely to inflate the egos of smarmy dipshits. In reality, all of us do things that are suboptimally beneficial to the environment and society at large. The goal is to change policy so people are incentivized to do the right thing. It is better for us to take a bus to work than to ride a car, but I don't expect everyone to make the personal choice to take a bus and just leave their car sitting in their garage. I expect cities to spend money to make that the better option. Likewise, you know, if meat is made much, much, much more expensive in line with its equilibrium price without subsidies and people start shifting towards other, like, dietary practices, you know, we'll make it easier for you to be vegetarian. The wells have been capable of pumping 3,000 gallons of groundwater per minute. Cool. Far more than what's used in homes, according to state estimates. 30... What? 325,000 gallons is enough for 3 average-sized homes in Phoenix for a year? A house takes up 100,000 gallons per year? Hey, Beetle Moses. Yes, houses are very thirsty. Like 100,000... So what would that be? Like 3,000 gallons a day, right? Because like 3,000 times 365 would be roughly 100,000, right? Wait, no. 3,000 to 100,000. No, I'm wrong. It would be 300. 300 times 300, right? No. Why can I not do the math? Yeah, 300 times 300. Yeah. 300 gallons a day. Is that right? 300 gallons a day. On average, it's 60 gallons per person per day. Huh. Whatever. The obsession with domestic water use is a fucking psyop anyway. And that's another psyop. I'm calling out all the psyops today. The vast majority of water that could be like saved, that is being wasted and could be like saved, it's not residential use. It's the meat industry. Like that's the huge drive. Like we obsess over lawns too, and lawns we shouldn't be wasting our water on that, especially in like Los Angeles or whatever. But even that's a drop in the bucket compared to the ungodly amount of water that we use on fucking keeping cows fed. Lab grown meat because I have a disease that means I can't eat a ton of carbs and I need a lot of meat. We're gonna bean your ass up. We're gonna bean you good. California's meat industry is mostly serving the growing meat market in China. That's great. We will just use the water from the Great Lakes. Problem solved. Unironically, if there's a region that you guys should probably move to, it should probably be somewhere near the Great Lakes. Because soon that's going to be one of the only areas in America that has completely, like, okay access to fresh water. What about the South? Not the South. Michigan won't share it. They're really protectionist over their water. I can't really blame them. The Pacific Northwest is also very water rich. Yes, Washington is pretty water rich. Freshwater levels, Washington State. We're pretty saturated, yes. Let me see. Oh, that's a whole bunch of data. Oh, yikes. All right, well, I think that generally we're doing okay, but at the moment, look, all those red dots are in the low. Low indicates the estimated stream flow is the lowest value ever measured for the day of the year. Oh, that's cool. Okay, so like 1/2 of the stream flows across the state of Washington are currently at the lowest levels ever recorded for this day of the year. That's cool. That's super cool. Are you a red dot? Well, Seattle's down here. So we've got a red dot there and a green dot there. So it averages out. We're fine. All right, never mind. Here's U.S. farmland. Yeah, look at the land by the Great Lakes. Goddamn. Wisconsin, Michigan, Minnesota eating pretty. Look at all that fresh water. Meanwhile, everything by the Rockies is like a fucking dead zone. Middle of Cali? Yeah, this is like Napa Valley. There's like a valley in the middle of California that's basically like being in Italy. At least you'll get plenty of salt blocks. Yeah. What's that solid green area in Canada? Up here? Well, this is this farmland or wetland or like agriculture land? Farmland? Yeah, well, I don't know. They farm in Canada. Do you think it'd be hard to move there? To the Midwest? I don't think so. I think that Midwest housing prices are I mean, even if you go, hold on. Chicago average rent. The average apartment rent in Chicago is $2,300. According to Zumper, it's $2,000. That's a lot. Seattle average rent. pretty much the exact same. Okay. It's pretty expensive. Chicago is just New York City. Nah, Chicago's better than New York City. Come on, I say, having never been to either city. Come on. Be real. Is that median or mean? Mean. What about, like, just outside of Chicago? The average price of Buffalo, New York is half that? Yeah, but that's Buffalo, New York. That's not New York City. I mean, how far out are you at that point, right? What about Philadelphia? Still about 2,000, yeah. Wait, hold on. Chicago city limits. Is this one of those things where, like, the city of Chicago... Okay, yeah. The thing is, when you look up average rent in Chicago, the problem is that you're only looking at the city, you know? Not the overall metropolitan area. And there's a big difference there. Like, here's an older map. Yeah, it's like the red lines are the city of Chicago. But then there's all the suburbs outside of it, or like the other areas, you know? Lamau, that's so old. Yeah, well, it's the city borders. I mean, the city borders are old, but yeah. Chicagoland area. Chicagoland population. Is that what they call it? Okay, the Chicago metropolitan area is 9.5 million people, whereas Chicago itself is just 2.7 million. It's like that with Los Angeles too. Anyway, the moral of this story is make sure to recycle your pee. We have to move on. We've been here for a while and we have to move on, is what we have to do. We gotta not be where we are right now. I'm gonna hit the add button as punishment to all of you. Nice. What was this thing that I was linked? How Shell used a, quote, grandfluencer to promote its brand. A Filipino grandma with 2 million followers among the hundreds of influencers who have posted content promoting fossil fuel giants. You don't say. A screenshot of, quote, our Filipino grandma promoting Shell's fuel rewards program on TikTok. Love that. Yeah, let me see it. Let me see it.
Things in the world that are more loyal than grandma. Absolutely nothing. The fuel rewards program at Shell. But you'll save money on gas just for making everyday purchases at places like Dunkin'.
Wow, this is very subtle. You know, if it wasn't for my incredibly media-savvy instincts, I wouldn't be able to tell that this was paid promotion. Look at the comments. You can't spell loyalty with it. Not comments, I mean the tag under the video. You can't spell loyalty without Lola. Hashtag Shell partner. At Shell Station Sus is partnering with your favorite internet grandma to help give back its loyal customers, blah, 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 blah.
Dunkin'. Dunkin'? Yeah, and you'll even save money just for linking your T-Mobile account.
Loki, this program sounds lit. Okay, how do I sign up?
Through the link in our bio, duh.
Nice. You know, I was hoping that I could get angrier at this, like if it was an example of something really sinister and underhanded, and this wasn't. You know, it's not exactly new for companies to pay influencers to promote their brand. I do think, however, this is a pretty excellent example of, okay, you know how there's been a lot of drama historically about influencers announcing whether or not they are doing an advertisement? Like, in some countries, it's illegal, and in some, it's not. It depends on like how exactly it's done as well, where it's like an Instagram, you know, if it's a hashtag ad or not, or if it's an undisclosed ad, there's like a violation of terms of service. There's a lot of variety there. It's really important when ads are announced. This is, of course, announced as an ad. I mean, God, look at this. This isn't exactly subtle. It doesn't have that many likes either, presumably because there's no point, like nobody would like this. Like this is completely hostile and alien to anyone who would presumably like the Our Filipino Grandma account. Like nobody's going to go for this, right? I think the really subtle shit is when it's not announced as an ad and something just shows up. Like a good example would be, you know how in movies all the time you'll have a character just have like a Coke, like a Coca-Cola, and then it's like, Coca-Cola paid like $200,000 for the product placement. And then you'll have these weird, I don't remember the specific times this has happened, but you'll have instances where it's been found out that an influencer is continuously promoting a brand to their mutual benefit without announcing that it's an ad. The most overt example I can think of was that time that there were those guys who created a CSGO skins gambling website, and then they would gamble with rigged odds in their favor on stream, and they'd be like, "Whoa, dude, I just got oh my god, I just got a knife and the skin is an exact Google Maps satellite photo of my house." Oh, like, or whatever. And then it turns out, yeah, it turns out they were, yeah, the whole thing was a cheat. Yeah, like all the times I talk about MeUndies. Exactly, yes. Well, you don't know. Okay, now, real question to you guys, because I do actually quite like MeUndies micromodal underwear. How betrayed would you feel in terms of like my integrity if it turns out that I actually was getting money from MeUndies, and it turns out the reason that I brought up that I liked them was because you know, I was being paid to do so. Some people are saying not at all, and I actually think that you're an idiot if you say that, with respect. There is nothing that undermines trust and authenticity in media more than undisclosed payments. You want the recommendation of somebody that you trust to come purely from their opinion and not from it being supplemented by some kind of external economic incentive. Yeah, no, I would be breaking the law if I did that. Exactly, Tempest. Though people get away with doing that all the time. And you can have like implicit situations as well where, you know, it's like, well, they didn't pay me money, but there was like an implication that they might, you know, kick one over to me. It's that's one of the reasons why I never, ever, ever, ever take ads or sponsorships of any kind. If I did do a sponsorship, I would have to make sure it's something that I really believe in so much that I would defend it and argue with people who disagree, because that's what I'll do with things that I like, right? Like if I like a video game or a thing or whatever, a piece of clothing, I'll argue with people to defend it, you know? And if I were to ever take a sponsorship, it would have to be something that I would feel that passionately about. In that case, the money would just be like a secondary addition. And thus far, no such product has stuck out to me in that way. And, you know, with stuff like this, it's not like the idea of undermining trust in influencers is anything new. Though I do think it's worth pointing out that, like, stuff like this should be seen as a reminder of the economic hegemony of our enemies, right? The fact that, you know, major... when every day we are hearing about new records in climate change being broken, and then you have companies like Shell feeling comfortable even able to promote this crap in the way that they have, you know, I think it's indicative of a ridiculous amount of detached comfort on their part. Thank you, Gutter Prophet. That's the right attitude to have. Like those YouTubers that won't shut the fuck up about HelloFresh, Blue Apron, Raycons, etc. Well, if they disclose that it's an ad, it's an ad. But I wouldn't want to make an ad for something unless I believed in it so strongly that I wouldn't need to be given money in order to do it. Lamau Voss should make good money shilling BetterHelp ads to his damaged-ass audience. True! That's true. Despunk's research found that Sangalang is among more than 100 influencers have been used to promote oil and gas giants worldwide since 2017, from the US to Malaysia, reaching billions of people. Nice. Love that. Someone in chat pointed out that British influencers were used by Shell too. Oh, well, yeah, just said all around the world. Makes sense. Very depressing. You know, while we're on a kick on being angry at wealthy people, you guys seen this? I'm sure you've seen this. Everyone's seen this. How could you not have seen this?
I think the problem that we've had is that we have people decided they didn't really want to work so much anymore through COVID, and that has had a massive issue on productivity. You know, tradies have definitely pulled back on productivity. You know, they have been paid a lot to do not too much in the last few years.
Yeah, I don't know why he's so quiet. It's because he's meek. He's a weak person. Is this one louder? Is this clip?
That we've had is that
Nope, that's exactly as loud.
And we need to see that change. We need to see unemployment rise. Unemployment has to jump 40, 50% in my view. We need to see pain in the economy. We need to remind people that they work for the employer, not the other way around. I mean, there's been a systematic change where employees feel the employer is extremely lucky to have them, as opposed to the other way around. So it's a dynamic that has to change. We've got to kill that attitude, and that has to come through hurting the economy, which is what...
Well, something has to die, that's for sure.
The whole global, you know, the world is trying to do, the governments around the world are trying to increase unemployment to get that to some sort of normality. And we're seeing it. I think every employer now is seeing it. I mean, there is definitely massive layoffs going off. People might not be talking about it, but people are definitely...
So notice, this is a billionaire, property developer and CEO Tim Gurner, an Australian. He's talking about actively hurting the economy in order to put workers in their place. This is actually the same guy who wrote that infamous avocado toast article all those years ago. He's the same guy. I think it speaks to a very particular brand of a psychopathy, I think, when you are a billionaire and you are still feeling the need to write articles like that, like personally, you know, as though you don't have anything better to do. Let me see if I can find the original article. Tim Gurner, 35-year-old developer, called out his generation on Australia's version of 60 Minutes. When I was trying to buy my first home, I wasn't buying smashed avocados for $19 and 4 coffees at 4 each. It was only $500 million here. He is class conscious. Yes, he is. He's extremely class conscious. And as is the case with many like super wealthy people, it's not just a detached economic incentive. You know, it's not just a detached interest in sort of maintaining his own class status. He actually hates poor people. He despises you and he wants you to suffer. That's why I say demons so often. You know, it goes beyond, because much in the same way that the class interest of a member of the proletariat sort of necessarily inclines you towards bitterness towards people who have taken everything from you and given nothing back, and I think that's perfectly fair and sensible. But likewise, being a billionaire sort of puts you in line with sort of social norms that incline you towards demonic behavior.
Laying people off, and we're starting to see less arrogance in the employment market, and that has to continue because that will cascade across the cost balance.
Tim Gurner also inherited money from his grandfather to become a gym, or to become a gym, to buy a gym. Almost every person who says stuff like this about poor people has been given money at some point. Not entirely. There are people who, through extraordinary circumstance or luck or whatever else, are able to like rise their way to the top just with hard work or whatever. But people who make statements like this are usually so detached from poverty and from the tedium of low-class work that they will act contemptuously in this way. You know, it's the same reason that the people who are often most arrogant are the ones with the least right to be. It's a way of compensating for insecurity.
I think the problem that we've had is that we have people decided they didn't really want to work so much anymore through COVID, and that has had a massive issue on productivity. You know, tradies have definitely pulled back on productivity. You know, they have been paid a lot to do not too much. You know,
is this the same clip?
To get that,
or does he just sound the same?
I think the problem that we've had is that we have people decided they didn't really want.
It's the way he talks is so like uninflected.
I think the problem.
Yeah, it is the same clip. I wonder why Ken posted the same one twice. The same clip in every video. Okay, I see. For the quote tweets, I see. Yeah, it's I think that if anything, this is an indication of the fact that things are turning in our direction right now. You know, like with the rise of unions in the United States, the fact that the NLRB decisions, along with the Department of Labor, Biden's advocacy changes, SAG-AFTRA strikes, you know, even the VFX stuff with Marvel, we see all these public examples. You know, the rail strike, even though it was shut down by Biden, got concessions that they were looking for. What happened with UPS recently? Now every single UPS driver is actually a multimillionaire. There's so much good stuff on the table, and you know, I think that necessarily, like as they have in times past, the billionaire class or the oligarchs or whatever time period it is, the same basic premise, are going to react negatively to this. Now, we do have something good going for us, okay? Every once in a while, we're given a gift. The bourgeoisie may have immense power and influence relative to the proletariat, but there is something they occasionally lack. And this, combined in tandem with the fact that they're often in front of cameras and television screens and such, can play to their detriment, as they lack subtlety. This has already been viewed nearly 18 million times. This guy is an actual demon, and everyone knows it. When he wrote that avocado toast article like 6 years ago, it immediately became the centerpiece of mocking derision towards people who are so out of touch with reality that they would unironically argue that the thing keeping millennials from saving up for a house is because of the $18. It's just avocado toast. How much could it possibly cost? $18? It immediately became like a centerpiece for derision. And likewise, he is so obviously evil. His economic prescriptions are so clearly based in resentment and bitterness and hatred that he is again serving as a detriment to his own class. Now, keep in mind, a ton of wealthy people think the way this guy does. Okay, that is not unique. He is not the only. It's like how a fuck ton of cops are racist and a fuck ton of cops are really contemptuous towards ordinary people, but it's usually only the really stupid and unsubtle cops who actually say it, you know, and give the game away and make things a lot harder for their contemporaries to get away with being subtly evil and subtly racist. In a way like that, you know, I would say Tim Gurner is actually a gift to the working class, you know? Really, I do. Now, of course, nobody who actually defends capitalism as a, like, sort of laissez-faire economic, you know, detached, you know, in a way, in an Adam Smith sense, nobody should be defending this guy, because what he's advocating for is actually an artificial and reactive blow to the economy, something that would be damaging purely as a way of putting workers in their place. Meanwhile, corporations are seeing record profits, and the recent upswing in labor rights and unionization has been a counter to that. It's austerity not to tighten the belts, but simply to punish the poor. It's very clearly done as a way of punishing the uppity poors. I mean, he says it right here, doesn't he? Hold on, let me see if we can break it down really. Hold on.
Definitely decided they didn't really want to work so much anymore through COVID, and that has had a massive issue on productivity.
So people didn't decide they didn't want to work so much anymore through COVID. They were let go of. A lot of people lost their jobs during COVID. And when COVID, when the lockdowns ended, when jobs started to open back up as they used to, you know, it turns out people actually didn't want to work for like $7.25 an hour when they were just getting some provisions from the government. Like this is what I think a person who actually believed in market forces would argue. This is a writing towards equilibrium. Corporate profits are skyrocketing. So you would think logically that based on a pretty clear understanding of like supply-demand incentives, okay, so like what should the workers do to leverage their economic interest? Well, they should probably be paid more. If corporations are making record profits, and again, the period of time during which COVID was at its most socially influential was a period of time during which the lower classes lost a ton of money and the upper classes gained a bunch of money. So you would think then, okay, well, supply demand, if workers are so necessary then maybe they should be paid more for the benefit of their labor.
You know, tradies have definitely pulled back on productivity. You know, they have been paid a lot to do not too much in the
I don't know what he means by tradies. This is some degenerate Australian slang.
Last few years, And we need to see that change. We need to see unemployment rise. Unemployment has to jump 40, 50%, in my view. We need to see pain in the economy.
We need to see pain in the economy. Does anyone genuinely think that this is like well, actually, he's just advocating for like sensible economic shifts? Like, no, it's clearly just, the workers are getting uppity. They must suffer. Tradies are like builders, plumbers. Oh, he mean like trade skills, like okay, gotcha. Nobody who is just offering a detached economic assessment of the current state of affairs would argue that we need to see pain in the economy. And nobody who believes in like the supply-demand graph, who believes that the economy should be oriented with respect to the, a fair, sensible assessment of the labor value of a worker, would argue that in a time of record corporate profits, we should not be doing something to raise workers' wages.
We need to see pain in the economy. We need to remind people that they work for the employer, not the other way around.
Again, I ask people, can somebody explain to me how this is economically justifiable? Because this literally just sounds like a slave master who is explaining to his subordinates what they should do to keep the slaves in line. The language is exactly the same. It has nothing to do with like, oh, well, we need to be more productive. It's like, yeah, no, we need to see pain out there. We need them to know they work for me. The language here has nothing to do with economic efficiency. It's just entitlement. It doesn't even make sense the businesses will also go under. Yeah, he doesn't give a shit about how good businesses do. The wealthy get wealthier on average whether or not the economy is doing well. When the economy did poorly in 2008 during the COVID crisis, the wealthy invariably just consolidated their wealth and made more money. The economy, like, there is no relationship functionally. You guys, when there is an economic downturn, you are the ones who suffer. Oh, did I say 2008 COVID? 2008 housing crisis, comma, COVID. Thank you. When there is an economic downturn, you guys are the ones who suffer. Regular people have to tighten their belts. Regular people lose their jobs. Regular people are the ones who suffer. When the economy sees a downturn, the wealthy don't. Like what? Oh, so their assets take a dip sometimes? Usually, at most, the wealth just consolidates. But otherwise, it trickles up. I mean, what about that? Hold on. That 5 trillion gained in wealth. Where's that article and how do I find it? Yeah, this one. So somehow during the pandemic, which this guy describes as a time of lowered productivity and workers being entitled, the ultra wealthy, the billionaires, that includes him, he is a billionaire, added 5 trillion to their fortunes, and that 5 trillion didn't come from nowhere. A comparable amount of money was lost by the working class. Like Elon Musk made an ungodly amount of money during COVID, you know? I just don't want people to argue senselessly that anything that he's saying is some kind of hard truth. Like anything he's saying here is like well, maybe he comes across as callous, but yeah, somebody's got to do it. Because this is exactly the bullshit mentality that like Reaganites and Thatcherites used to describe economic policies that just like raped the working class. Like no good was done, not for the nation, not for like the overwhelming majority of people in the country. And always it's framed as like this, maybe it doesn't sound nice and nobody wants to be the one to do it. But yeah, we have to have politicians who constantly enrich the richest people all the time through policies that don't have to happen, but they choose to make happen. And they're also friends with the people who are enriched by it. Non-stop. It's the same with this.
I mean, there's been a systematic change where employees feel the employer is extremely lucky to have them, as opposed to the other way around. So it's a
Sorry, poor people. We can't have you feeling like your labor is too valuable to the person who pays you your paychecks, okay? You need to be constantly grateful and desperate for the work that you get. We need high unemployment rates so you could be fired at any time because there are always people who are unemployed who are willing to take your job the moment you get let go. You can't feel as though your work is necessary because you're an interchangeable cog in the machine.
Dynamic that has to change. We've got to kill that attitude, and that has to come through hurting the economy.
Hurting the economy. I like how overt it is too. Like he can't even maintain the illusion that what he's saying is some kind of like principled austerity, or like we have just no choice, no choice whatsoever but to do this. You know, this is why I say that he's an asset to the working class, because this guy twice now has given the game away. He's just a fucking demon. He's a fucking sociopath. You know, he doesn't give a shit about anything except for hurting the working class. Not to bring this back and make it a little bit more soy, but I will say that when people, for those of you who have actually read the book 1984 and not just like cited it in pop culture, this is what Orwell was getting at. When Orwell writes about how O'Brien and members of the inner party are working to build a society in which everyone, including them, is worse off, but they're better off than the members of the outer party and the proles, relatively speaking, and that's what they're going for. This is what they're referring to. When you get wealthy enough and when you get powerful enough, you already have everything in the world. There's nothing in the world this guy can't have. He can have literally anything that he wants, but clearly he's still empty inside. He's not happy. He's not able to form stable relationships because to him, all social drive and desires have been supplanted by the desire for pure power over others. There is nothing left in this person. That's why I think it's so fair to call him a demon. There's nothing else in him. He just wants power over people. The problem is he already has as much power as you can have. What do you do to have more power than him? Become president? That's difficult. That's tough. And there's only one at a time. That's not like, you know, what else can you do? Maybe he can't enhance his own power that much more, but he can take power away from people beneath him. And that's functionally the same thing. Him becoming more powerful and the people beneath him becoming less powerful, from his perspective, are the same. And so he is willing to build a world in which everyone suffers more, in which the economy is hurt, as long as it hurts other people more than it hurts him. As long as his relative power over you workers is increased, he is sated. Does that make sense? This is what Orwell was talking about, and it's why I think sometimes people criticize O'Brien's motivations. They think it's too cartoon villainy, like, oh, what, he just wants people to suffer for suffering's sake? That happens.
Which is what the whole global, the world is trying to do. The governments around the world are trying to increase unemployment to get that to some sort of normality. And we're seeing it. I think every employer now is seeing it. I mean, there is definitely massive layoffs going off. People might not be talking about it, but people are definitely laying people off, and we're starting to see less arrogance in the employment market.
Arrogance. Again, it's all about power. It's all about stepping down on the uppity worker. It's not about productivity at all.
And that has to continue, because that will...
The dude is literally doing the villain speech from Ants. Yeah, he literally is. Yeah. Good movie. Literally this guy. Except, as is so often the case, this, like, avatar of bourgeois oppression is not like a masculine mercenary warrior, but is actually a craven, disgusting, balding loser with the permanently upturned eyebrows. That's A Bug's Life? Is it? Oh, wow, they really do look the same, don't they? Wait, is it really? Is this the bad one? Okay, this must be, because this looks uglier, and A Bug's Life looked better than Ants. Is this the Ants one? That's the same guy? But is it? It's the same guy? Okay, I looked up Ants villain, and I'm getting these... Okay, this is the guy. No, this is from Ants. No? That's A Bug's Life? Ants, villain, evil? What? Oh! This guy? This guy. Oh. Okay, guys, I'm going to be honest with you. I think that for my entire life, I have thought that Bug's Life is Ants. And I don't know if I remember Ants. I mean, I haven't seen either of them in like 20 years. Wait, what is the plot of Ants? Ants is worker v soldier, and Bug Life is worker v bourgeoisie. Okay, hold on. Ants plot summary. The worker ant Woody Allen strives to reconcile his individuality with the communal work ethic of the ant colony. He falls in love with the ant princess. I don't remember any of this. What I remember is that there were a bunch of bugs that were trying to gather up enough seeds to pay off a grasshopper. Yeah, that's Bug's Life. Huh. Okay, so Bug's Life is the proletarian story. Ants is 2? Okay, I think I remember this plot of Bug's Life. I need to rewatch Ants then, I guess. That's just confusing. The antagonist in A Bug's Life is played by Kevin Spacey, coincidentally. Well, he does have an evil voice. I guess that makes sense. This is the high-quality content that I watch Vosh for. Thank you. I'm glad that you, yeah. Interesting. Okay, so anyway, this guy is evil. Can we agree? Ants is anti-fascist. A Bug's Life is anti-capitalist. What's the difference? Like, people like this are the reason why capital tends to turn towards fascism, you know? When fascists take power or look as though they're taking power as an answer to communists, unionists, and labor organizers, you know, people like this throw money hand over fist at the fascists who kill them, you know? Pinochet. No, that joke is B-movie? Well, the B-movie was terrible. Okay, whatever. What? Are you guys serious? Are you kidding me right now? Guys. It was a terrible movie. I've seen them. It's terrible. Like, it's a meme movie. It's not a good movie. It's not a good movie at all. It's not even like bad good. It's just bad. It's only funny if you have like 10 friends there with you and you're just making fun of it. It's not a good movie. But every movie is good by that standard. I don't remember either. It's not a good movie. Okay, Jesus. Opinion Over the Hedge. I saw Over the Hedge when I was really, really young, and I don't remember it. I'm sorry. I'm not watching clips from Ants. Jesus. Let me turn the water off. I'm going to hit the ad button. Excuse me 1 second. I'll be right back. I go in there to find the cats did the fucking cat thing to the toilet paper roll. The fucking that thing. No, Alucard, I have no idea what you're referring to. Switch it around wrong ways, it won't unroll. How would that work? I guess I could try it. It's a bullshit lawsuit. What are you talking about, Andre? What are you linking me? What are you doing? What are you all doing? You're all just linking. Oh my God. If you turn it around, they can't get to roll the right way. Yeah, unless they get to it, like, pull it down a little or get on top of it or whatever. I have no idea what's going on. Me either. I never know. Hold on. Total confusion nonstop. Oh yeah, I saw this. This was a wonderful reminder of the fine character of the police officers of the city that I live in. See this? See any of this? Janavi Kandula, master's student in Seattle. That's crazy. I'm from Seattle. Well, no, I'm from LA. I'm in Seattle. In January, she was killed by a police cruiser going 50 miles an hour through an intersection. Hours later, the VP of the police union was laughing about her death in a phone call. Remember, they're evil. Why would the car do that? Yeah, she died in an officer-involved collision with a vehicular bumper.
Initially, he said she was in a crosswalk. There's a witness that says no, she wasn't. But that witness could be different because I don't think she was thrown 40 feet either. But she is dead. No, it's a regular person. Yeah. Yeah, just write a check. Just... Yeah, $11,000. She was 26 anyway. She had limited value. Initially...
Sorry, she hit the wall for this guy. The wall is 14. She was 12 years past this guy's wall. Yeah, this was the head of the police union, right? Oh, VP of the police union. So second up, yeah. Average cop. This is actually the least contemptuously evil police officer. Context, they were barely around 80 miles per hour on a 25 miles per hour street and killed a grad student with a single mile. Yeah, that's what we just, yeah. The cop just zipped through the intersection and obliterated her. It's worth mentioning this is a cop talking about another cop that did. Yeah, no, he's referring to another cop doing it. This is the VP of the police union on a call referring about it, but another cop was the one who actually did the killing. Not that it makes much of a difference, I don't think. Stop Fed posting. I hope Seattle trashes the entire fleet of cop cars for this. Seattle PD is terrible. So this is pretty on brand. Though again, just I think it's always important to remember that as much as people might want you to believe that the whole situation with cops or with billionaires or whatever else is like a purely systems driven thing where sometimes you get the bad apple or whatever. In reality, a lot of them are just fucking evil. I think my favorite term of this here is informed simplicity, where it's if you know enough about an issue, if you know enough about, and you can say it's because like the circumstances involved or like socially there are forces that motivate people towards current like certain types of behavior, like the way being a soldier kind of inclines you towards dehumanizing the enemy, because if you don't dehumanize the enemy, you're a very ineffective soldier because you feel really bad when you're doing the soldiering thing, right? So you could argue that like soldiering has social forces and influences attached that tend to incline you towards certain behaviors. And when it comes to being a cop, right? Like cops think of themselves as like every single one of them thinks of themselves as like the Punisher or Batman, like above they're above the law. Every cop thinks they could personally save the city from black people, if there were just fewer limitations placed in their behavior, if there were fewer legal restrictions, and they think absolutely nothing of human life, every single one of them. But you get stuff like this, and this is the VP of the police union too. The police union, these are the guys whose main job it is to make sure that their boys, A, get to make a fuck ton of money off of your taxpayer dollars abusing overtime, and B, face no repercussions anytime they commit crimes, right? So that's why this guy, in order to be the head of the police union or the VP or whatever else, like, your main thing is protecting your guys. But what a normal union does to protect your guys is they protect you from worker exploitation. Like, if we're talking about a union head for somebody who works at an auto company, like, what's your job, right? Well, you try to keep people's wages, you try to give them benefits. It turns out, however, that the heads of cop unions aren't just interested in keeping wages high. They will also protect you from investigations. They will try to shield you from consequences for crimes you've committed. And that's why this guy's laughing like this. Like, it's his job to be like this. If you had a head of a police union who wasn't contemptuously evil like this, they wouldn't be able to do their job, which is to shield cops from the consequence of their actions. Is this sociopath watch hour? Yeah, it kind of is. Yeah. Don't police deserve unions too? Not in their current form, no. Like, if the police had unions that were anything like normal people unions, then all they would do is make sure that cops get their pay on time and get their benefits right. And cops already get quite a bit in the way of pay and benefits. That is not what cop unions are doing, though. Cop unions are the only unions that have the ability to legally shield their people from doing crime. Like that, if you're like a United Auto Worker guy and you are at the factory and you draw a gun and shoot a coworker or whatever, or like fucking rape a woman in the bathroom, the union doesn't protect you from the police. That's not what they do. But if you're a cop, then they have a very different set of powers. Much closer to mob bosses. People say union leads are mob bosses, but the most mob boss union leads are the ones who run cop unions. Anyway, fun stuff there. I wonder if there's been any, if there's going to be any action. There might. Killing a student and laughing about it is pretty bad, even by Seattle PD standards. It's only been a day, though. It's getting a lot of attention. KTLA 5, Seattle Police Department. It's on the Seattle Police Department YouTube channel? Hold on. Yeah. Otterer body cam release. Well, at least they're not trying to hide it, I suppose. The following video was identified in the routine course of business by a department employee who, concerned about the nature of statements heard in the video, appropriately escalated their concerns to the chain of command to the chief offices, which, following review of the video, referred the matter to OPA for investigation in the context of the statements made, blah, blah, blah. This is what department policy and city accountability orders require. Okay. Credit where credit's due. Department employee. Thank you. Thank you very much. They were the person who started this accountability process. They were just reviewing body cam footage. I think that all body cam footage should just be live streamed. Fuck it. Just fully give in. All of it. Just have a separate website. All of it on a 20-minute delay. Let's fucking go. Okay? All of it. Is this doable? No, but we should do it anyway. I don't care how many trillions it costs. Let's fucking go. Non-stop content. It could leave issues for witnesses. Yeah, I'm not being serious. It would be a really bad idea. As fun as it would be content-wise. Anyway, yeah, huge dubs to the department employee. Okay, well, to be fair, the department employee, the chief's office, and the reference to the OPA for investigation are all examples of good behavior being done in this context. I don't think there's... I think that this is a display of evil that is bad enough that most cops... Most people who face public accountability would probably go like, even if they're people who are privately this evil, they would still, like, its public expression would not be to their benefit, This is getting a lot of attention. 150,000 views in one day. Turn the comments back on, you cowards. NBC News, Janelle Griffith covered it as well. Oh, man. Yeah, this is going to get a fuck ton of attention. That person's probably going to be fired. So they were not going 50. They were actually going 74 miles per hour, and Kandula was thrown more than 100 feet. Jesus Christ. I hope she was at least killed instantly. I mean... with an impact like that... Yeah, this guy, even if this guy gets fired, even if this guy and the union VP dude both get fired, they're just going to get picked up by some, like, smaller county or town or whatever. Happens all the time. Hope they never get a job in law enforcement again. No. This shit, like, guarantees you a job in law enforcement elsewhere. Anytime you have a cop that gets let go for, like, being so bad that even, like, it's too much even for being a cop. It's just like, oh, well, okay, here's another, like, local town where they have a bunch of equally corrupt cops. Should be a jail sentence? Yeah, no shit! 74 miles per hour? Without your siren on? Oh, the union VP said that 74 miles per hour is not reckless for a trained driver. I wonder if that would apply to a regular person too, or if that's a determination that would only be applied to another member of the fraternity. $11,000. She was 26 anyway. She had limited value. This guy is fucking kidding if he thinks the payout is going to be $11,000. Assuming there's anyone to collect on it, this person is going to be single-handedly taking the funds that are necessary to finish up construction on Capitol Hill, okay? They're gonna fucking that fucking repaving is going to be going on till the end of my lifetime. How the fuck does somebody come to the conclusion, quote, she had limited value? I need, like, you have to understand how evil this person is. Like how, like, actually fucking evil this individual is. And probably a pedophile, yeah. Almost certainly a pedophile. Otterer Solon, the Seattle Police Officers Guild, did not immediately return requests for comment. The Seattle Community Police Commission, an oversight group, described the body camera footage as heartbreaking and shockingly insensitive. The people of Seattle deserve better from a police department that is charged with fostering trust in the community and ensuring public safety. Her uncle, Ashok Mandula, who lives in Texas, told the Seattle Times the family has nothing to say. Annie, a department employee saw the footage while reviewing it and released it. So the death by the car incident happened a while ago. Information is being released in the context of that. What's new is the union VP saying she had limited value, laughing about it, that crap. So this was done, like, the car incident, the death was months ago. This is new. Date top right. Oh yeah, January 24th of this year. Yeah. So this was being reviewed. I assume then that this footage was being reviewed because of the court case or because of the investigation that's being done for the murder. The vehicular homicide. Like a regular employee was looking through this, saw this and said, this is bad enough that it shouldn't just go to the courts. Like, this should be released, and then did so. That's good, right? If there's something good there, if there's something good to refer to here, like going over this, the department employee who saw this and thought, wow, this deserves to be seen outside of just you know, the regular court proceedings. Do you think they're fired now? Well, it only happened like yesterday, so no. But Vosh, the joking cop, was not on trial? Yeah, no, the union VP, the person who laughed, might still have body cam footage relevant to the proceedings for the case, though. I mean, they are being body cammed for a reason. Anyway, good for them. Good on them for releasing it. No statements yet from the union VP, so no Fed posting. It said department employee, Chucky. All right. Well, that's great. Love that. Love cops. Love life. Love everything. Love cops. Stop Fed posting, guys. It's not hard to not. Exercise self-control. Ruben will frequently zoom by and fucking get caught up in the cord for my mouse and yank the mouse out of my hand. Did the cop exercise control? No, well, cops can't keep themselves from Fed posting. You're just going to have to be better than the cops. Oh, so gun control is bad, but self-control is good? Curious. Show us a baby Vosh, soothe our souls. They're actually being pretty quiet right now. So I can't, I'm afraid. Probably anxiety. Oh, not Anna Kasparian. You've provided me a link that I forgot that I wanted to go over. That's right. Yeah, so a Democratic Virginian candidate is getting some flack from conservative media right now because she used to upload porn of her with her husband, I think. You'd think conservatives would be celebrating a videotaped and broadcasted example of traditional marital roles, but apparently they're not. She's got some guns too, apparently, so, you know, that's cool, I guess. Susanna Gibson, who's running for a seat in state's House of Delegates, called report gutter politics. They found out that she was throwing it back on video in exchange for tips. That is how it works. That is true. She and her husband engaged in sex acts, live streamed online platform, blah, blah. Susanna Gibson, a nurse practitioner and a first-time candidate seeking a seat in Virginia's House of Delegates, shared the videos on a platform called Chaturbate. You don't say. The videos, which were first reported by the Washington Post and then confirmed by the Associated Press. That's great, by the way. Really, really putting our journalistic chops to head here. Show Gibson urging viewers to provide tips in the form of Chaturbate tokens in exchange for her performance of specific sex acts with her husband. I love the way that this is being... I've long thought about this because the thing is, like, nowadays, basically everybody puts everything online. Like, relative to previous generations of Americans, like it's like, oh, you want to find an old selfie, you want to find like the old OnlyFans account or whatever. It's more and more and more and more people, which means either like politics is going to be reserved almost exclusively for the like Oxford psychopaths whose parents like didn't give them a phone till they were 14 and they lived in like a Mormon household, so they never posted anything salacious online or whatever. Or we're just going to have to socially normalize the fact that more dick pics are just going to be out there for politicians, you know? It's so meaningless. Only the Amish? Yeah, only the Amish are going to be able to be government officials because only they will have pure internet histories. That's true. According to the Post report, a Republican operative first alerted the newspaper to the existence of the videos, which had been archived on another site. In a statement, Gibson denounced the report as a form of gutter politics and, quote, an illegal invasion of my privacy designed to humiliate me and my family. Now, I do take issue with her response here. It is gutter politics. That is true. However, it's not revenge porn at all. She put it on Chatterbait. It's not revenge porn. You know, we're not talking about leaking private nude photos. It was porn she produced. I don't like her framing it as an illegal invasion of my privacy. If anything, I feel like it would be better if she owned it. It actually is an illegal invasion to share it because of DMCA. It's not revenge porn, but it is illegal to share. Okay, but it's not... The way it's being framed here, illegal invasion of my privacy, doesn't really gel with publicly producing porn. I think it would be a lot better from her perspective to own it. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, people liked seeing me and my husband bang, you know? Well, I don't know how exactly she'd go about phrasing it. Like, she could do that curt kind of like, oh, it was fun, but I'm doing something new now. Or she could do like a, yeah, haha. I don't think this works necessarily, because I don't think this buys back any of the votes that you lose by having a history in porn. I don't know what liberal would care for it either, except I guess it does get your name in the newspapers. It won't intimidate me and it won't silence me. My political opponents and the Republican allies have proven they're willing to commit a sex crime to attack me and my family because there's no line they won't cross to silence women when they speak up. I don't think leaning in on the civility politics button is a good response to this. Of course, she's right in that the people attacking her are vile, you know, whatever. I think owning it would probably be better, but who knows? Whatever. I'm not a expert. A lawyer representing Gibson, Daniel P. Watkins, that's a real name, told the Post the videos may have violated Virginia's revenge porn law, adding, "We are working closely with state and federal official law enforcement." Okay. It's not like you're a lawyer. No, I'm not a lawyer. That's true. I think, look, it's pretty obvious that in line with sort of the Democrats' broad shift towards progressive politics, we're going to see a lot more acknowledgement of and discussion of things like pornography and sex work. Republicans have been discussing stuff like porn bans, like blocking access to a porn site unless you upload your fucking driver's license or whatever, stuff like that. And obviously sex work in many contexts is banned. In terms of prostitution, it's banned broadly, except for like Las Vegas or whatever. And in terms of like OnlyFans stuff, people on the right are like very culturally against it. The thing is that like, even if something like 40% of the country is super, super anti, like, oh, if you do OnlyFans, you're a whore or whatever else, like 90% of the country actually jerks off to porn. So it's kind of like a ubiquitous thing. And I think that Democrats have to do more to embrace some of the, like, I don't think you can meaningfully push back on conservative evangelical prudishness without radically adopting acceptance of the alternative of sex positivity. Does that make sense? Like, I don't think the Democrats should concede on that and do this like, oh, well, I don't approve of that behavior myself, but she has a right to run if she wants. I don't think that this like staunch, moderate approach towards stuff like that is effective at all, because it doesn't excite anyone on the left and it doesn't win back anyone on the right. I mean, people are going to care about this, even though it's really dumb. With her husband too, like that's rare. How many chicks on Chatterbait are with their fucking husbands? You know. True, Mormons hate gays, yet their most searched term on Pornhub is lesbian. The most common areas for searching up porn of trans people is in the like Bible Belt. You know, it's so stupid. It's so fucking stupid. Honestly, I love that for them. Yeah, it's cute. I wonder how it'll go though. Yeah, they're just proving that they're having committed marital sex. I mean, you'd think they'd like that. High stakes Virginia election. How high stakes is this? The revelation marked an explosive turn in a contest that'll carry weight in determining the balance of power in the Virginia General Assembly. The race has attracted large amounts of spending and interest for an off-year legislative race. I guess what I'm curious about is, like, how would she not be ready for this? Is this her being ready for this? If you literally used to do porn, like, obviously that would come up at some point while running. Why is the chat behaving that way? I don't know. I really have to, really have to fix the drop shadow. So annoying. The plugin that everyone used for it on OBS went like the guy like had a ass mad and like fucking paywalled everything or something. Yeah, not good. Looking at the revenge porn laws for Virginia, they might have a really good case. Maybe. I don't know. Are revenge porn laws even fucking real, man? The Republicans, Marjorie Taylor Greene literally was like holding up nude images of Hunter Biden in Congress. And those weren't porn, like distributed images. Those were just like, yeah, I don't know. Is this shit real? I don't know. Yeah, I saw this. Floods in Libya have killed over 6,000 people.
You will be, sadly used to seeing situations.
The previous on the ground, we were about to open child-friendly spaces there in a month time from now. So now it's about, getting back years, getting back to reconstruction, getting back to life saving.
I heard that Hillary Clinton sent the flood because she was terrified of Libya uniting Northern Africa in forming a counter to the American petrodollar. Did you see Shapiro's tweet about 9/11 where the replies were flooded with people talking about Israelis cheering on the rooftops? Whoa, a lot of conservatives are extremely anti-Semitic. This is fucking news to me. Yeah, he knows it too. He's just getting his bank while he can. Libya was going to resurrect Gaddafi, and this flood was a way of stopping them. Yeah. Jesus. Oh my God. Well, as I've said before, the people who will suffer the greatest consequences of climate change will be those in the third world. In New Orleans, pay attention, but I guess hamburgers are good too. Yeah, I don't think the people who live in New Orleans like consented to the city being built below sea level. I don't think they like. I think if you go up to them and you're like, "Hey, dude, did you know that your city is below sea level?" They'll be like, "Wow, really? Is that true?" It's not good. No, nothing more. Not Anna Kasparian. We're really backed up on donos, which is my fault, but it's time that I rectify it. Okay. I'm going to read donos. Vontux, thank you for the $5. Beefless Stew and Shadow Angel 09, thanks for the $2. Somniostatic, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. Lefty McLefterson and Vontux, thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate those. Lara Ava, thank you for the $10. With that haircut and those glasses, you look like a communist revolutionary that'll have to disappear after the revolution. Thank you for your sacrifice, comrade. Thank you. Happy to be here while I am. Emergency potato chip, thanks to $10. I know this is completely random, but what's a good response to address the liberal cities of the highest homelessness argument? I don't even know if they do. Cities tend to be liberal, period, because cities tend to be very left-leaning, and it's the rural areas. It's cities are the places that have homelessness. So if cities are liberal and cities have homelessness, that's like those are correlative, not causative. How many major cities are like actually controlled by Republicans? I mean, there are a few. Was it Jacksonville? No, maybe not that many. Endeavors DNB, thanks the $1. Soli, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Kaiser Kai, thank you for the $10. My brother who got me to watch you just had a birthday. Could you wish him a happy birthday? Appreciate your show and perspectives as always. Kaiser Kai, happy birthday to your brother. I'm really happy they took the time to show me to you. That's very kind of them. And also happy birthday to them. Hell yeah. Appalachian Anarchist, thank you for the $5. Mr. Lynn, thanks the 5 tier 1 subs. Really appreciate that. Of course, friend. This is a wonderful mutual exchange that I just happen to monetarily benefit from. Thank you, Mistress Lynn. Take care. Holy Crepe 1189, thanks the $2. Kaiser Kai, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Rock JB2D, thank you for the $5. Build a Dog, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Times Crusader, thank you for the tier 2 sub. We are mostly laughing at the Joe Biden impeachment. It is not very real, you know? It's not a very real thing. Jason O'Connell, thank you for the $5. I try my best. Thank you. That's very kind of you. But we need each other, actually. Corn Paper, thank you for the tier 2 sub. I don't know anything about teacher unions in Australia, but I've heard a couple of good things. Not a pseudonym, thank you for the $5. I will consider doing streams at 5 a.m. Central Time so that you can see them when you get off work. Kalik Tessie, thank you for the 10 tier 1 subs. White names are cringe. Get colored on, Voshites. True! Get colored on, folks. White genocide is real. Fort Worth has a Republican mayor and is the 13th largest city. Next is Oklahoma City at the 21st largest. Yeah, okay, yeah. It's overwhelmingly Democrats who control these cities anyway. Rebel Lenore, thank you for the $20. I would wear happily penguin. Do you mean pigeon? Pigeon/Artemy print MeUndies. Anyway, longtime listener, love your perspective. Thanks for getting me into sociology. Yeah, my pleasure. Sociology can be fun when it's not depressing. Thank you very much. Noxamillion, thank you for the 5. I actually picked up a pair of MeUndies because of your recommendation, and you were absolutely correct. Oh, they're so comfy. I can never go back to regular non-micromodal underwear. They're so fucking good. Senior Pool, Shroom Ray, and Asri, thank you all, or Asiri. Thank you for the tier 1 subs all. Really appreciate that. Ager, thank you for the tier 1 sub, and also happy birthday. Happy to hear that you've enjoyed my confidence segments. I want to talk about them more. I think it's a worthwhile subject. Pax Blue Ribbon with the $5. People who are okay giving up meat already have. Plus the things you like about meat are the spicing and sauce, which are veggies. We can get to comparable quality. I genuinely just think that if like you snapped your fingers and made it a world without meat, like all of a sudden, and then you had like a ghost come up to everyone and say, here are 3 basic meals you can make that are protein-based that don't have meat in them, and now you have to make them because there's no more meat. Within a week, everyone would be fine. I really genuinely mean that. There are always going to be some rare exceptions, I guess, but overwhelmingly, I just think that what a lot of people like with meat is rich, savory, heavily spiced, like filling protein. And there are so many ways to get that. There are so many ways to make that. If nothing else, we could always do that fried cheese stuff. That Mediterranean cheese. What's it called? Is it queso fresco? No. It's like the big squeaky block. No, not the curds. Whatever. Halloumi! Oh, that stuff is the worst? You are wrong and dumb, my friend. Halloumi cheese. Ba. Eastern Mediterranean, yeah. It's literally like a big block of low moisture cheese that you grill. It's so good. It's so interesting. It's so fucking good, though. It's pretty tough to get, I feel. I've only been to like one restaurant that serves it. It's queso blanco? No, queso blanco is deep fried. This is literally a block of cheese you put on the grill. It doesn't melt. I had at McDonald's. You had halloumi cheese at McDonald's. Where the fuck do you live? Whatever. Noxamillion, thank you for the 5. Vertical Landfish, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. Wow, these are a lot of links. Quality from Nebraska, thank you for the $5. Nebraska is awful in many ways, but we protect the water supply. That's good. The Ogallala Aquifer, also known as the High Plains Aquifer, primary source of water for many communities in the High Plains region. Good. Water should be protected. It's very important. Shroom Ray, thank you for the $5. I have social anxiety, and your advice in talking to strangers has helped me a lot. I saw this and would love your thoughts on it. I don't know if I can promise. This looks like a full-on video. This is a full-on video. Why Gen Z can't speak or think clearly.
Hello, my friend of thought. And I've noticed this within my generation is the steady decrease of a baseline vocabulary that has simply become.
I don't know if this would be good content to react to. In addition to its length, it seems like it's on a very specific subject. I could talk on like something related to it, but not really the video itself, I think. This guy is a pickup artist, by the way. Well, almost all this is why I try to do life advice stuff, because almost always people who do life advice stuff are like trying to grift you on that shit. It looks like he's mostly doing rhetorical stuff, though. I don't see anything wrong with that. Yeah, it looks like rhetoric, not pickup artist stuff, but I don't really know. Anyway, thank you, Shroom Ray. Baldurus, thanks the tier 1 sub. Yep. A lot of Germans are threatening to vote AFD. That'll be cool. Sleeper Voshite with $10. DSA good or DSA bad? DSA best we got when we can. Fizz IO2, thank you for the $5. True. Frankenstein, thank you for the $20. I really appreciate that. Vosh, most CEOs are sociopaths. Biological atrophy of amygdala. Popular volunteer EEG empathy test like a public challenge. Even to decline one is to confess somewhat. I don't think they would go for it. That's pretty invasive, though I agree that'd be funny to look at. Still alive, thank you for the $5. Any net good from this lawsuit? DOJ sues Google over search engine dominance. I don't know, but Google is cooked anyway. Seriously, the Google search engine is fucking useless now. First of all, we get everything we need from like 5 websites anyway, so people barely use Google to just go out of their way to look for stuff. Everything gets put on aggregate websites. And secondly, if you look up anything on Google, it's all like AI-determined garbage at the top. It seriously sucks. It's not good. Loverworm, thanks the $5. The One Piece is real. Is that true? Hey, nice. You've committed yourself to a very expensive collection, my friend. Divina, thank you for the $5. True. Zoth, thanks the tier 1 sub. Music bad? I don't think music is bad. Loverworm, thank you for the $5. I'm amazed that this is allowed in grocery stores. What, this hardcore pornography? Azzy the Attic Cryptid, thank you for the $10. Okay, Beaver Mode had edit, so I could. Wait, what is this? Why is this sitting down here in the 600s? This is good as hell. Unfortunately for you, I have gathered all the coconuts on this island. Holy shit, dude. This is like... Oh, thank God that opened on the desktop. Streaming is dangerous. Still alive and Donald, thanks the two both. What happened to your Raw shirt? Oh, that shirt had like holes in it. It was old. I had to throw it out. Dominic Core, Lefty McLefterson, and Lefty McLefterson again. Thank you for the 5 all. Swimming is a great way to lose weight. Prairie Fire, thanks the $2. Top Virtuosity, thank you for the $5. R/196. I don't know many good lefty communities online. Alexandra Senkova, thank you for the 20 BGN. Really appreciate that. Pro Convo Man, thank you for the tier 4 sub. I really appreciate that. I no longer have depression. I'm happily employed. I have plans to go back to college. I'm no longer a bigoted mess. All thanks to your advice, big man. Thank you. Pro Convo Man. Thank you. That's very kind of you. My goodness. I'm very happy to hear that things are looking up. Just remember, you're the one who did the hard work, okay? Not me. I've just been a goofy goober online. You've been doing the hard stuff, all right? Good luck. Christine Janes and Ian Hunt, thanks the 5 both. No, I do not want to live in Vermont. The Atheist Brony, thank you for the $10. I've seen a Christian fundamentalist professor, chemist scientist, happily married man, and automotive tenta technician claim that aliens are just demons playing pretend to trick people. That is not like an unlikely logical leap to form if you're religious, right? DGuyo2, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Good luck getting an industrial job on your way out of the Navy. GameBob, thank you for the $20. Really appreciate that. I spent the last 3 months learning to make my game on Unity just to find this all out. I feel so betrayed. Not that I trusted a corporation, just betrayed by life at this point. I'm not quitting, it just sucks. You know, if you really do want to move things over, it is worth noting that assuming you've kept your assets in a proper order, moving over to a different system like Godot or Unreal Engine or whatever, you would be able to recreate things quite quickly. You know, it's not Ogre. Godot supports C#, does it? Oh, well, if that's the case, that'd be pretty easy. Ben Temple, thank you for the $20. My teacher was fired due to her posting nudes online before she got the job. I thought it was BS, but it was argued that her students could find them or something. Do you think that gives any validity to her being fired? No, not even remotely. No. Like, not even slightly. Cartres Portiev, thank you for the $5. The Classical Musicians Union is one of the strongest in the nation. This has gotta affect a pretty small number of people. I think that people in orchestras are gay as hell, so I don't really care personally. But I'm glad they're getting their labor rights. I think that's cool at least. Pluto Nuke, thanks the $20. Birthday was yesterday, so here's some of my gift money. You know, traditionally when people have birthdays, they receive money, not give it. But I appreciate your giving and high-spirited twist on the take. Jordan, happy birthday. Thank you. Jordan I99, thank you for the $10. Politico is basing itself in Sacramento, then hosts Governor Newsom in the state of California policy. So I have no idea what you mean, Jordan I99. Wabajack, thank you for the $5. I just wear Hanes socks, but you recommend Allbirds or Darn Tough? I don't really know what good socks feel like. Sake, thanks the 5 tier 1 subs. Can we just replace almonds with coconuts? Makes everyone happy, especially those who gather them. And the best part of meat is the taste of suffering. I actually really hate the taste of coconut. So I prefer almonds to coconut, but I'd rather have like walnuts or something. Walnuts are good. Gun Invalid, thank you for the $10. One of my Discord acquaintances recently started at everyoneing some transphobic stuff about bathrooms and sports and saying, do you agree, before posting more transphobic cringe. Anything I can do? You know, I can't. I'm happy to give general advice, but you know I can't, like, the particulars of your friendship or Discord acquaintances or whatever. I mean, it's a Discord acquaintance. Tell them that shit's cringe and you disagree. Call them a nerd. You know, I mean, I don't even know what you want to do. Do you want to change their mind? Is it even possible? How well do you know them? I don't know. A lot of variables I'm not party to. Seanth and Jason O'Connell, thank you for the 5 both. I don't know yet, Seanth, but I should know soon. Congratulations on the new Sphinx baby, Jason O'Connell. HE, thank you for the 10 Swedish kroner. Squall, 84, thank you for the tier 2 sub. Thank you, much appreciated. Sake, thanks the 4 tier 1 subs. Really appreciate that. That's true, yeah. No preachy stuff, just economic incentives. Tipson34, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. How do we know Vosh isn't being paid by From Software to promote their games? Yeah, that's a good question. Got to do some deep diving to my tax returns to find it out. Benjamin Gilbert Lift, thank you for the $10. Vien, thank you for the tier 1 sub. V Raptor with the tier 2 sub. Astro per Espera. McMuffle Duff. Franco Trujillo, thank you for the $5. Likewise to Zesty Fox and Desist. Zesty Fox and Spudbud, thanks to the tier 1 subs. Brandon Cavallero with the 2 Australian says, come. Lance Lee, thank you for the $2. Any tips to dissuade a friend from pursuing van dwelling? I don't know. Do they need to for economic reasons, or are they just like considering it to get away from it all? I think that the van dwelling traveling thing is like mega cope, personally. I think that it's good for some people, but a lot of people are just desperate for some feeling of control over their life, and they want to break the routine, or maybe they just can't afford rent or whatever. If you need to for economic reasons, that's one thing, but I feel like a lot of people, the thing that bothers me is that a lot of people glamorize the shit out of it without talking about any of the negatives, and it gives people a really unrealistic expectation of what it's actually like. Like, you're shitting in a bucket, man, but all these like van life videos are like, yeah, you just like Go get some wine and lay out some towels and laugh with your friends looking at the sunset. Like, if you have any medical issue, if you feel even a little physically uncomfortable, can't find a shower, like can't find this, can't find that. Like, there's so much stuff that they just hyper idealize as a way of promoting escapism from the rigmarole of real life without dealing with your real problems. Lance Lee and Adrian Jipov, thank you for the $2. Rask, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Lux Infinita, thank you likewise. Rex Gardner, thank you for the 2. Koshagal and Horizon, thank you for the 5. Both Koshagal, happy belated birthday, my friend. Lava Storm SW, thank you for the tier 1 sub. And your new baby snake. Is that a baby snake? That looks pretty big. A super pastel Mojave spider morph. If Vermin was awake, they would appreciate that. Cute. Iko, thank you for the 5 Canadian. Really appreciate that. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 20 tier 1 subs. It is finally happening. It did finally happen, Sake. Annie, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Azzy the Attic Cryptid, thank you for the tier 3 sub. I'm the Lazy Egg, thank you for the $2, and then 3 donos that were $1 each. Much appreciated. Not on fire yet. And Justin, thank you for the 5 both. Really appreciate that. Thank you, Justin. Antifa Private 161, thank you for the 5. Hannah Miller, thank you for the 10. Vosh, were you ever bullied like I was in school? I wasn't that popular in school because I was a bit of an autistic weirdo, but I wasn't really bullied because I was pretty big. And I wasn't really insecure, so I couldn't be made fun of that easily. I guess like there were just some people who would try to pick at me, but it didn't last long or do much. Prairie Fire and Sandalwood, thank you for the 2. Bat Canary and Jerk Dentley, thank you for the tier 1 subs. Conciliator, thank you for the tier 2 sub. Adam and Randy, thank you for the $5 both. Nay Slayer and That One Music Boy, thank you for the tier 1 subs. We're reading older donos, that's why I'm going like this. Nanners, Phil Cheesesteaks, and Balthazar228, thank you for the 5 all. Skunksy, thank you for the tier 1 sub, really appreciate that. Kizzy and Left McLefterson, thank you for the $5 both. Lorekeeper Ash, thank you for the tier 3 sub. Good luck with that Texas heat wave. Randy and Jerry, thank you for the $10 both. Really appreciate those. Very kind of you. Loverworm and Leekron, thank you for the 5. Neandroid, thank you for the tier 2 sub. No little jewels for this one, friend. Gnostic Informant, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate that. Lefty McLefterson, thank you for the 2 $5 donos again. You've been very kind to me. 2D Siggy and Red Cascadian, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Paria, thank you for the 5. Oh, Pariah, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. I've seen Neon Genesis and I just watched End of Evangelion. I'm a bit lost. Did I miss something or is it intentionally vague? It's not especially vague, I don't think. Evangelion and End of Evangelion are decently complicated and they're presented in a non-standard format. You can basically ignore the last 2 episodes of Neon Genesis Evangelion and just substitute them for End of Evangelion if you want a clearer picture on the ending. You know, however you prefer to. But, you know, I think it's fairly approachable with that context. Tauber K18, thanks for the tier 3 sub. Jerry, thank you for the $2. Sizik234, Wrestling with the News, thanks for the tier 1 subs. Mistress Lynn, thank you for the tier 2 subs. Aw, cute! You too can have a journal this handsome with the White Forest Vosh stickers. Not updated for my new hairstyle. You know, many more stickers could be made. So cute. Vosh, I don't want to get bullied more than I already am. Get bullied more. Suffer, actually. Lefty McLefterson and Big Cheese Wheel, thank you for the 5. Mistress Lynn, thank you for the tier 2 sub. Really appreciate that. Sake, thank you for the 9 tier 1 subs. It's very, very kind of you. Thank you. Wow, I was really backed up on subs. Dun the Mido, Jackie Sins, Balthazar228, and Senuous Psychosis, thank you for the 5 all. I really appreciate that. Juzor, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Velabel, thank you likewise. Sake, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Darren Osborne, thank you for the $10. Accosting Vagrant, thank you for the tier 4 sub. I really appreciate that. Jen St. Jarna, thank you for the $10. Balthazar228, thank you likewise. Lover Worm, thank you for the $5. Jenkins Donut, no payments, thank you likewise as well. Cartes Portiev, thank you for the $5. Sake, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Nunya, thank you for the $100 donation 4 days ago. That's incredibly kind of you. Thank you very much. No message with it either. Oh, wait, you said love the glasses. Oh, well, thank you. Jonathan Napier, thank you for the 5. Lurker 9000, thank you for the $20. I really appreciate that. Milk E, thank you for the $5. No advice for moving or predictions for Taiwan, I'm afraid. Gnome de Guer and Fantasy Jorts, thank you for the 5. I have not read the Jurassic Park novel. No. Ian Hunt, thank you for the $10. I have not played Star Sector. Lenita Express, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Niridia, thank you for the 5. Justin, thank you for the 10. Really appreciate those. Loverworm, thank you for the $5, who said they transed their Firefox. Oh, that's quite cute. It's a very nice gradient. White Knight 314, thank you for the $10. Thanks for everything, comrade. Pics of babies I need to rehome in Seattle. Frowny face, free to loving home, Discord, White Knight. If there are any people in Seattle who have room in their home and hearts for these two beautiful babies, beep beep. I think these two look great and they would be happy in a new home. And if you know of anyone who could use them or can use them yourself, I'm typing the name of the Discord in chat so you can message them. We don't need to use cats. No, not use, like use them in your life. Good little babies. No, Posadas John. Stanky Foot, thanks the tier 1 sub. Fly to Crow, thanks the tier 2 sub. Gaming Zombie MC, thanks the $2. Gerard with the $10. My pup / best friend passed this last Labor Day. Any chance you'd be willing to share a few pics for on stream to celebrate her life? Aww. Well, judging from how they look, it seems like she lived a long and happy baby life. Aww. Blep. Blepping. Wait, this is a different dog. Is it? Maybe it's just the lighting. Anyway, they're a beautiful friend. Also nice trees. Love our pets. Wait, how do I... What system is this? Photosgoogles.com? I don't even know how this looks. Oh, there we go. Wow! Bruh. Bruh. Vosh, my dogs are barking now. Help. Oh, sorry. They can't tell if they're playing or fighting. Nah, they're playing. They both know they're playing. They're good babies, and they know. Good babies. Benjamin Gilbert Lift, thank you for the $50. I really appreciate that, as always. Vosh watched the ad Apple made where Tim Cook talks with Mother Nature about how Apple is the only corporation that actually takes climate change seriously. It's both somewhat accurate and super funny and cringe. I'll probably watch that off stream, though I think I vaguely... I think I vaguely remember hearing about that. I don't think I've actually seen it. Either way, thank you. Sake with the 5 tier 1 subs. Legit just heard My Castletown from Deltarune in a nail spa on their music system. That's based as hell. There is, okay, in terms of vibes, there is nothing better than entering a restaurant or a cafe or whatever else where the music was clearly prepared by the workers on shift and they're weird, you know? Like, if I go into a cafe, especially a cafe that looks like it could be like this authentic local place, and I hear just radio top 40, so I've heard the music, I know, and then it's a little better if they do the next best thing, which is they're playing like 80s rock or whatever, but it's like, okay, I know these songs too. But if I go in there and I hear some like modern just weirdo shit, just something I haven't heard before that's clearly some obscure like the person made it themselves kind of deal, so good, so good. I heard KDA, the League K-pop song in McDonald's. Those are good vibes, okay? League, the game, has bad vibes, but every piece of media outside of the games that's in the League universe has good vibes, I feel. Arcane was good. You know, they put a lot of effort into their art and music and stuff. Yeah, the artists don't make the game. They're not... That evil is not on them. Maxi 1, I'm very sorry. I'm afraid I don't pay that much attention to Space Marine lore. I'm not really a big lore master with 40k or anything. I've enjoyed some of the books, but I don't follow that stuff too often. And the main books that I read as well were the Eisenhorn series, the 9 books or 8 books of those that are out, which doesn't tell you much about Space Marines. Go for it, Balthazar. Endeavors, thanks for the $2. Jason O'Connell, thank you for the 2 $5 donos. Really appreciate that. How much do I have to pay to talk to you? I have a ridiculous number of questions on which I think you could school me. Nah. First of all, I don't take money to have people on. It's only a matter of whether it'd make good content or not. And second of all, I don't school anyone. A lot of people, I get emails like this where people just want to talk to me. First of all, you people vastly overestimate my intelligence, all right? The problem is that your internal world, your thoughts, your abilities, they're all up here. But in order for other people to appreciate them, you have to have a way to communicate them. Maybe you can draw well or paint well, or maybe, like me, you can speak pretty well. But that's not really a reflection of intelligence in and of itself. You can be a good speaker and not be like super brain genius, right? It's a lot of it is confidence. Yeah. A lot of people think that I'm like a life advice guru, but really like I know, you know, I know what I know and I talk about what I know. And I talk about a lot of stuff I don't know, like the difference between ants and a bug's life. But it would do to not over imagine my intelligence, I think, you know, or my value in giving, because a lot of people ask me for advice in like specific social situations. Like, well, I don't know enough about the details. Vosh, your mental health takes are normie tier. That's fine. I think that in a lot of cases, people turning towards esotericism when it comes to mental health is actually the issue. I don't think if a person says, listen, humans are fundamentally all the same, okay? There's a lot of variety and personality and body shape and blah, blah, blah. But fundamentally, we're machines that are based on the same template. And if you have problems with stuff like depression or anxiety, you don't need some hyper-specific, esoteric, dark knowledge to fix your problems. Because if people needed that, then it wouldn't be dark knowledge. It would be common knowledge. The difficulty is not what you should do. The difficulty is, how do you get people to do those things? And oftentimes, that's a matter of framing it properly. Everybody knows that we should eat well, exercise, get some sunlight. That's basic knowledge, and it's true, and we should do those things. But how do you get people in the right mindset to do that? And that's culturally dependent. Maybe every human ever born needs to eat well, exercise, get some sunlight. But how do you get people to do that? How do you get people to feel good about doing that? That's cultural, right? Like that could be different now from in Bangladesh, from in Russia. That could vary here 100 years in the future, 100 years in the past. I don't think you need like dark esoteric shit to get at that truth, though. I just think it's a matter of appealing to people's confidence and self-reliance and people's faith that they can do better. And this is why I strive to promote the value of confidence, because insecurity is not the same as introspection. People mix the two up all the time. Introspection can lead you to recognize faults in yourself, your personality, your behavior, even your body. You know, if you think that your back hurts because you like sit like really bad at the chair, introspection can help you here. But low self-esteem can't, because low self-esteem tricks you into thinking that these problems aren't worth solving. Confidence is the solution. Antifa Private 161, thank you for the 5. I do want to talk about the Kids Online Safety Act, though it probably won't be for this stream. And Anxiety, thank you likewise for the tier 1 sub. And that concludes it. That was 4 missed days of donations, one of which was from OK Buddy Vosh. Now that's on me, though after I was done with OK Buddy Vosh, I was pretty fucking tired, and I think that's reasonable. Exactly, Quantum. Quantum says, low self-esteem made me feel someone more competent than me would solve the problem. I underestimated how stretched thin competent people are. We can all be competent, you know? we all have the ability to take charge over the basic things that we need to feel good and be productive and reasonable. It's just a matter of getting in the right mindset and actually following through on it, you know. Yeah. All right, folks. I love you all very much. I think we I feel quite negative about today's stream, not because the stream was bad, but because so much of the stream was pointing at people who are evil and going, this person is evil. Valuable information, to be sure, but you know, sometimes it's a lot, you know. Sometimes it's a lot. Let me see. Why do I not follow Small Ant on Twitch? Hold on.
Game, and she uploads like.
There we go. I like Small Ant. Okay, I'm going to throw you guys over to. You know, I think I'm going to throw you guys over to Trihex. I haven't hosted Trihex in ages, and I really like the guy. Do I have a Trihex button? I don't know if I do. Well, then I'll just have to make one. I'll see you guys soon, okay? Take care.